my ass off, I might just be changing. The voice is still present, but I don't engage him. Melancholy keeps on trying my patience. Self-doubt tries to supply my self-hatred. But nah, I ain't finna fall for those tricks no more. Overanalyzing all my flaws. I've got shit to do, I'm gon' get far. So let me live, my dude, don't let me rob.
I've been around here for so long, waiting for shit to go wrong. Half of me never sold her to have it, happy to hold on. Anything for a couple of pennies, pay me a tour. Now it's been forced, I need more, hand me the torch. And I'll light this shit up in flames. Might get nothing but shame, I've been fighting off the disdain to the Triton, often in dangers and range. It's hard to contain my expression when targets changing direction, etched in this brain and obsession. Never the same, I'm redirected, left in this daze. I need to end this effortless ways for me to exit. Yeah, I can't wait to see the next shit, it's not impressive. It's getting hard just to feel out, commit to living the real now. Wasted another year, now we're down. We're down, we're down, we're down. I feel so down. We're down, we're down, we're down. I feel so
down to make a change, down to take a different step. Down up here where I belong, not down with being upset. My head always in the clouds, and it's time my body follows. Can nobody do it for me is the motherfucking motto. I won't wallow in my misery, that isn't me tomorrow. If I'm riding at my core, rip it at my avocado, ayy. That's what I'm focused on. I'm sick of waking up to melancholy with its open palm. It's out of pocket, but my sides they like Pokemon. My clocks have broken arms, my blindfold always on. Take it off, my delusions all clear out. Fallacies disappear now. Wasted another, yeah, now we're down.
we're down, we're down, we're down. I feel so down. We're down, we're down, we're down. I feel so.
Hey yo,
Hey, what up?
Rav out here still looking for his snare and shit.
I think I found it!
I think Square found the snare and shit. Intros are easy.
Diamond mud, me and Rav on the trail and make a diamonds touch. He the arcade, yo, on the diamond cut. Find your crutch and get suplex. Fuck around and turn him into oobleck. Who next? Goldberg running. I ain't trying to end up in the vulture. Stunning bitch, I feel like I'm Armor King when I'm blunted. I'm Lord Infamous, so I run it. Stone like pumice, solid as snakes. Thinking I'm good, I promise I'm great. How many ways can I possibly say? You all in my face, you get tossed in your place. I think I'm Mace, I think I'm Puffy right after the case. I think I'm losing my passion to chase. I think I'm losing my mind, right at the line and I'm tapping the brakes. Used to run from my problems, now they sitting attached to my waist. They told me those years I spent rapping with nothing but sad. I imagine the actual waste. Now I'm in Texas, now my friends are the bestest. Now I be rapping with legends, ayy. I give a fuck what your records say. I own myself today, it's fuck 'em.
A joke and I still know why. Hope though broke with the deals, no lies. Now I don't focus, I fear no time. I dip right out, disappear, grow tired. I don't fuck with no explanations. I expect to grow patient, but don't respect the whole pace of it. I pace a bit, I hate this shit. Forget a lot of things, I need a break from it. I'm still bottled up, I'm still chasing shit. Why? I don't know why. I don't even know an eighth of it. Don't reveal concern, that's some ain't shit. I got a meal I earned, I guess I'm making this. Sometimes I just need a break from this. Sometimes there's nothing I can take from this. So I'm all in, all in. I don't need to find my calling. I'm just by the time I'm stalling. Till I'm in the light, I saw it. I'm so tired, these words don't need to make sense. I don't think things through, I don't mean to play dead. I don't see hate spread, I still hear. Film stay loud, never will hear, yeah, yeah, yeah.
This that big dick flow and deep performance. Fucking applause, I don't seek endorsements. Rather be supportive, what I deem important. Rather be recording, rather seek reward and experiences. Rather be something more than I am. Where I'm not crawling on land, but my worth in my hands. To fill holes deep in the dirt from concerns I can't stand when I talk about this shit. But talk about a life 40 times this year. What do I want? last year. Close and you still fear falling apart. Fall in the dark is all I ever do. I've grown bored of this art. Surely I'm smart, and maybe my brain falling short of my heart. The shore isn't far. Yeah, your assessment don't affect my value. That will let you keep your worst to pull the best is out you. But the only ever press cause the less without you. Let the pressure vacuum, don't accept the shackles now.
Show 'em what you got now. Show 'em you won't bow down.
To them, they're my weakest days. My frequencies go louder. Right.
Okay.
Watch those sparkles darken. I've seen control disperse. I thought you knew the secrets, that you controlled the earth. When we was young, you told me you'd hold my hand in jump. I didn't know you let me fall with your shit cramping up. I'm sinking through the ink. I feel it closing in. You tried to nurse my wound when you had broke the skin. I trade his oldest sin, his hands through the garbage. I watched you lie to me while we danced through the carnage. Pull me close, the stars darting, big things are even bigger now. I thought that I could fly away. You sat and watched me hit the ground. It's all different now, the pace has got me pacing. I guess that's what I get for fucking chasing what I'm chasing. What's it mean?
Used to wonder how to cope, ponder how to float. How do I adult? Climb inside the boat. Why do I emote? My kaleidoscope stuck inside the blows. Can't deny my role. Others thrive, I don't. I feel tired, yo. I need Tylenol. Look, I'm not likable. I'm unreliable. That's undeniable. Nope. Turns out once the curtain's down, the tooth fairy's dead and their words cast out. Childish bricks in the dirt glass house. Ash and wings that can surpass clouds. Turn back now. The illusion isn't worth it. They will fail to reach the sky, give up, then claim to choose the surface. For some, the ego is the crown, but there is no descending. So once the guillotine goes down, what's left is but resentment. I'd rather be what I'm about and choose not to defend it. Don't strive to please nobody now, so I don't need pretending.
What it be, what it don't, I can see through the fog. What it be, what it don't, I can see through the fog. What you do, I don't know, but now I'm left to pick my body off the floor. Let's fucking go, say what you do, I don't know, but now I'm left to pick my body off the floor. Like where'd you go, say what you do, I don't know, but now I'm left to pick my body off the floor. Let's fucking go, say what you do, I don't know, but now I'm left to pick my body off the floor.
It is I. The music is still really loud for me. And now it's just not on. Okay. Hopefully that's fine. Yeah, you'll be fine. I think. Well, I'll turn it down a little bit as a treat. Okay, cool. Okay, so I was on Twitter at work today because I hate my job. And also we didn't have anything to do. It was so slow. And my favorite coworker called in. Her son is sick. It sucked. Like, I hope he's okay and everything, because he's baby. He's like 3 or something. But anyway, I found a tweet that I wanted to talk about. But I totally forgot what I was gonna say. I bookmarked it, and I have it up right now. But I forgot what it was. So now I just have a tweet bookmarked amongst many other tweets that I have bookmarked. Liking it. Does anybody even use the bookmark function? I know I do. Probably. I don't. It's so dumb. Anyway. So it's art night, which is fine. I'll start doing that. I was hoping I'd have, the tweet to talk about to sort of cushion the fact that I have, a mic on and all that. Okay, that's the same color. And we're going. Oh wait, actually. I was doing sketches earlier. I got home from work and I was like, 3 hours until I stream. And then and then I sat around and did literally nothing until I arrived here, which is so cool. But anyway, so I did sketches. I don't know that they'll focus, but I did. Oh yeah, they're not gonna focus. Hello? No. Well, never mind. But I did like expression practices or whatever. And one of them is, well, two of them are Detroit Become Human characters because I hate myself, and then another one is Bill because I hate myself. But I did like expression practices because I was looking at Detroit Become Human fan art last night because I was thinking about the game since I was literally playing it. Yeah, there's the fan art that I had found is without a doubt my favorite imagery from the Detroit Become Human fan base. I found it ages ago. It's just, gay people. And I was like, oh, well, their expressions are really good, so now I have to be good as well. So I asked, for emojis. I actually asked my sister first. I was like, hey, can you hit me up with a face emoji? Doesn't matter which one. And then she sent me the disguised face emoji, like the glasses and the mustache. I was like, that was probably the one wrong answer, because that completely obscures any opportunity for expression. You know what? I should pick a fish to base these off of. I think I'm gonna do that. List of fish. Oh my god, are there purple fish? Hold on. Purple fish. Those are very purple fish. Dotty backs? Hold on. Can I see a purple one? Oh, it's got yellow in it. Bill has a little bit of yellow as a treat. And it's little. Bill is also little. There's a children's store called Purple Fish. Apparently. Okay, Dottie back. There's a silly looking one. I don't know why I even bothered. They all look like fish to me. Why is my fish purple. Oh my god. Apparently when your fish turns purple, it's dying. When it's not supposed to be purple. Yeah, this is just a fish. So, never mind. Forget the species idea that I had. I'll just do normal mermaid things. I'm sure I'll find a way to personalize it anyway. On Twitter, a couple of Bill and Ted people, or as I like to call them, Bill and Ted fuckers, which is so dumb, but that's what I say in my head. Someone pointed out that the official Bill and Ted account, like they've got like an account, it's like Bill and Ted 3, I think, it's like just for the third movie. They pointed out that it's, they retweet pretty much every piece of Bill and Ted fan art that exists, except for the gay shit. Like, as soon as there's even, like, a hint of homosexuality in any of these, the account won't touch it, which is so funny, because I've gotten retweeted by them exactly once, which is how you know, I don't draw anything heterosexual. It's very important to me that I don't, because God, how boring. His tail's not long enough. But, so somebody pointed that out. What's funny is the one thing that they did retweet from me, the one heterosexual Bill and Ted thing that I have ever done, was, the embroidery that I had done based on Bill and Ted. It just says excellent on, like, the sleeve of the shirt. I'm not gonna do the tail yet. But, like, of all the things that I've drawn of these idiots, they managed to decide that the embroidery thing was worthy. Okay, I'm gonna move him. I didn't expect this to be as big on the canvas. So that'll be fun for later, I think. Normally I draw smaller. Like, I have a really big canvas and then I zoom in and I do... It's dumb. But it's the process. Trust the process. Okay. I don't... No, that's dumb. I didn't really think this through. Yeah, that's gay, I think. That's... Yeah! Come on! Honestly, at this point, it's like... If they do retweet it, it must not have been gay enough. I have to try harder. Like this, honestly, had I gone in literally any other direction than the direction I'm going in right now, it probably could have qualified for their heterosexual desires. But I like to think that they have problems staying separated. Like they're soulmates or whatever. So they so even when they're like, well, not like apart, but like when they're not in like a particularly intimate moment, they've got to be touching each other somehow, like shoulder to shoulder or whatever. One of them has a hand on the other shoulder or some shit. Which is so cute and good. They're in love. I can't. Also, if anybody has like stream safe music, that would be great. I've been listening to this rapper since the last time I streamed, which was like 6 months ago. Which is fine. I like Rav. Cause he might self like not produce, but he has like control over how upset he is over his music being used, which is hot. He also streams, so he gets it, but oh my god, they're holding tails, kind of. Oh my god, everyone keep it together. Okay. But I feel bad for listening to the same 30 songs. Will Smith, what are you doing here? I need a chat overlay or something. Some streamers have like the chat running over their like screen so people can see what's going on. I think that'd be helpful for VODs, because sometimes I just say shit out of the blue that doesn't make any sense unless you have the chat like available. What was I saying? I don't remember. That's really big. Cut that down. Okay. I'm spending a weird amount of time on the skeleton part, but whatever. Okay, they need to look at each other. This is ridiculous. This is good. I was, earlier when I was waiting to stream, because that's literally all I was doing, I was drawing, devil's advocate stuff because I have a mental illness. I just, well, first of all, really like that movie. It's kind of fucked up, but whatever. I may have a little weird ass movie as a treat. But I don't know, like, a lot of movies don't have particularly good depictions of heterosexual relationships. It's either like extremely romanticized, like a Hallmark movie, or it's just like, wow, I hate my wife. The old ball and chain. Like boomer memes. Or whatever, like shit you find on Facebook. And I just like how passionate they are. I think it's nice. Because a lot of the time, marriage isn't portrayed like that. And it's probably supposed to be they're like young and in love or whatever, but still, it's nice to watch, I think. I may have a little heterosexual relationship in the form of devil's advocate marriage only, and nothing else. After that, I get kind of bored. He needs to be doing something else. Leaning forward? Yes. Thank you. I had something else to say in a similar vein, but I don't remember what it was. That's fine, I guess. He needs to lean forward more, I think. I thought about, like, animating on stream. I forgot they were on separate layers and I can do whatever I want. But then I realized that I'd probably animate to, like, a song, and then I'd get, like, DMCA'd and have my dick cut off. Speaking of getting my dick cut off, my, not safe for work Twitter got, suspended, which is, homophobic? Hello? And it wasn't even because of, like, what I had on the account. It was, the banner. The banner was some painting that I did, of Bill and Ted. First of all, it's my desktop background because I'm so proud of it. And I use it every opportunity I get. Cause it's just them hugging or whatever. It apparently wasn't, you know, safe for work enough for, the banner. Cause you're not allowed to use, like, explicit images. Yeah, I can pull it up. It's it is so, oh my god, I mean I'm holding this image so passionately and gently. My favorite thing about it is the way I have it set up is I can turn the lights on. Yeah, no, I don't understand why they got so upset at me for having my banner. Like, wow, a nipple, God forbid, but thank you. I literally won't shut up about it. It's my favorite thing I've ever done. Anyway. No, I don't say that. Okay. But yeah, so I got suspended for that, and of course, there's, I follow a bunch of Jaden Smith. Yeah! What the heck, man? But I follow a lot of, Jaden Smith stans on Twitter. I don't necessarily stan Jaden Smith. I think his music is fun. Okay, okay. There we go. I think his music is fun, and his lyrics, very thoughtful, very interesting. I also like the way his music is set up. It's like, like each album is like a different era. I don't understand what's going on, but all the Jaden stans on Twitter seem to know what's happening. But, so right now we're in the wavy baby era, whatever that means. But it's like his latest. It's like we're rapidly approaching a year. The album will be a year old in August, I think, or June, or I think it's August. Cause I was pretty hyped for when it was coming out. Cause I don't remember, like, what all, he's done, cause I know I've missed several albums. But I started listening to him when he released Sire. So it was Sire, and then after that, I'm pretty sure there might have been something in between it, but I'm not sure. So it's Sire, and then Eris, which is Sire backwards, and then after that is Cool Tape version 3. And Cool Tape version 3 is the newest one, so it's so it's the wavy baby stuff. But then, so the Sire era is like he's all sad, and stuff, like his girlfriend broke up with him or something. I haven't looked too deep into anything. Like, I haven't looked too deep into, like, the meanings behind the songs. But then, Eris is, like, the opposite, where you're, like, angry and shit. I don't know if it's all the same timeline, or what's going on, because, again, I really don't understand what's going on. But it's really interesting, fun, and cool. But point is the there's this one person on Jaden Stan Twitter, I guess, who got their account suspended. I don't really know what they did, but they don't know either, but they got their account suspended, and they had like thousands of followers. They were arguably, in the Jaden Smith Stan community, more famous than Jaden himself, which is really funny to me. But so they got their account suspended, and literally every Jaden Stan on Twitter is like adding the Twitter account, trying to get this person their account back, because of like how many followers they had and all this other junk, and how they didn't really know why they got suspended. So I don't want to go through the same shit. And I mean, like, I didn't really have a whole lot going on that account. I had maybe 4 followers, but I have a lot of trouble following accounts. Like, I'm really picky about who I follow. I've stopped being picky on my main account. I've just started following Sam Bucky people, even though I literally don't understand what's going on. I don't know what Sam Bucky is. Goodbye. Well, yes, I do. I like it. I just haven't seen the show. But now I'm flooded with like Marvel stans, and I don't like the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Literally the only thing I like about it is the Falcon and the Winter Soldier show, which I again have not seen, which I think is really funny. I annoy a lot of people about it, and by annoy, I mean my sister. She's upset that I haven't seen the show, but that's fine. I get to decide the speed at which I don't watch shows and enjoy content about it anyway. I've practically seen the whole thing by reading fics of it anyway, so it's fine. Oh my god, I'm so sorry about that. That's absolutely tragic. Cause, I mean, at least it's good Marvel stuff. Like, Captain America, like Steve Rogers Captain America, I pretend I do not see it. I don't care about Steve Rogers. He is dead now, so who cares? Man, like, do you ever think about that? Like, the whole, I don't want to say the whole show, but a lot of the reason, well, the Soldier and the Winter Falcon talk about, like, racism. I don't know how much, because I haven't seen the show, but it seems like it mounts the topic at least a little, which I think is neat, because they, like, gave this, like, symbol of America to a black man, and that's, you know, because of how much shit America has pulled on black people throughout history, now and in the past. He was like, kinda cringe. People probably won't accept me, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how in-depth it all goes, but he does, in the end, accept the shield, which is so hot. But Sam, I'm talking about Sam. I totally forgot. I accidentally had my Twitch, it played. I was trying to download the VODs up and upload them to YouTube or whatever. And it accidentally started playing, and I had listened to a part of last night's stream, and I was talking about something, and I remember thinking about this particular part, but I just didn't verbalize one of my thoughts. I thought I had. I really did, but I just didn't. Like, it just... Which is absolutely mind-boggling to me, that I could just not say things. Trying is so hard while talking, I've gotten literally nothing done. I'm just too funny, you know? It's... I was also talking about... Oh yeah, okay, so back to the racism thing. But like, I got to thinking about how, Steve, the older, shittier Captain America, literally decided, hey, let's go back to an era where racism is still real. Why? Like, what? Why? It was like, I'm going to make friends with a bunch, like, I don't want to say diverse, because, Avengers is not a diverse movie. But, like, I assume he's interacted with a more interesting cast of people over the course of his, time in the Avengers. And he was like, yeah, fuck all you guys. I'm gonna go back and be racist again. I mean, there's a good shot he could have been like, oh, racism is real here, I forgot. And then, like, does something about it. But how likely is that really? Not. I'm gonna say it now. It's not. I just think it's funny. He chose to regress. He's like, this new society where, like, women are allowed to have, like, a say in the stuff that they do, kind of cringe. I'm gonna go back and hang out with this lady I met, like, twice. And, I changed my mind. I don't want him wearing clothes. Mermaids are more fun when they are naked. That's too much muscle. There we go. But yeah, Marvel absolutely boggles my mind. It's... God. I'm glad people like it. Like, do what you gotta do. But for me, I gotta go. Bye, thanks for coming. Love you. Yeah, I'll come back to the hand later. This is too wide. Trans. Sorry, gotta go. Now I feel like I'm being boring because I'm not saying anything. I would talk about something Because I know when I watch art streams, I get bored. I'm like, wow, music I don't like. So cool. So then I end up just muting them. And then I'm like watching them draw. And I'm like, ugh. I mean, that's when I'm watching like art streams for my own personal enjoyment. When it's like buddies of mine, I like to interact with them because that's more fun. Like ask questions and shit. But man, I'm really bad at interacting on. Well, I'm bad at watching streams. To be honest, they're just they're always so long, and I always feel like I have to pay attention. Well, that's not true. Yeah, I think a lot of people do that, where they stream and draw at the same time. Or, I'm sorry, the other way around. They watch streams and draw at the same time. Which I think is fun. It's like hanging out with your boys. Well, I hope I can keep it at least generally entertaining for you, since I don't shut the fuck up. I do like streaming though. Like, watching streams is really hard, but like, streaming itself, yeah, it's a lot more interesting. I've actually considered, I don't want to say streaming more, but kinda. Because Twitch doesn't let you do, not safe for work stuff. So I figured I might start streaming that, but like on Picardo or something. Because I figured that, like, I like doing that safe for work stuff because it's like, drawing clothes is dumb. That's literally all it is. Clothes are stupid and I don't care about drawing them. I also like drawing bodies. I did this really cool sketch at work the other day. It was just some dude in like sweatpants, and that was the whole thing. But I'm like really vibing with how I draw torsos now. Like arms, like the weird arm lines shit that I do now. I think those are fun. And so the torso was just like a really big part. The way I draw torsos or whatever, just is neat, I think. Oh shoot, I forgot the line art thing that I do. Yeah, fuck clothes. I'm an artistic nudist. Like, I like to wear clothes personally, but the characters I draw, sorry, you don't get any. But yeah, I also like the opportunity for weird, funky poses. Not safe for work stuff like requires you to know how to make characters interact, and that's something I'm not. I don't want to say I'm not good at it, but it's just not something I'm consistent with, I guess. Like, a lot of the time when I draw stuff, they're standing next to each other, but they're not actively interacting or anything. I actually saw this really cool tweet. It was like an art, help tweet or whatever. So it was like, I don't want to say it was studying how characters interact, but it was like, showing a couple of characters interacting. I don't know. Well, now I have to see if I have it still. I might have bookmarked it. I did not. It's just a lot of Keanu Reeves in here. And this really cute frog, plushie. His name is Theodore. Yeah, I like one person's on the other person's shoulders or whatever, so I probably retweeted it instead of bookmarked it. But yeah, I really liked that. I was like, I am thinking. I am looking. Because, I don't know. There's just a lot of detail in character interaction that I don't consider too often. Probably because I don't finish anything literally ever. Finishing stuff is hard. I have to have time. Cringe. And I definitely have more time now because my semester just ended. Speaking of, I had to turn in my final exam thing for my animation history class, and so what we had to do is we had to make a blog post. I had to write an essay on top of the 3-minute animation, which was cringe, but I had to write an essay, and honestly the essay was kind of fun to write. Like, it took me a while because I was not in the mood to be writing anything, but I got on a call and talked about the stuff that the essay required. Like, I had to talk about the development of, like, special effects. Like, part of the week's requirements was to watch Black Panther, which I absolutely did not waste my time doing because I've already seen it like 3 times. And I didn't really feel like watching it again. It's a good movie, I just didn't feel like watching it. And the week before, they made me watch Ready Player One, and I hadn't seen that in like 3 years. 2. I hadn't seen it like 2 years at this point, so I had to watch it for me to be able to do the assignment. Whereas I knew enough about Black Panther to be able to just do that off the bat. Like, I'm pretty sure my mom watched it after Chadwick Boseman died or whatever. That was probably not something to sound so nonchalant about. It's very sad that he's gone. He was kind of young, I think. 40? It's only like half your life. That kind of sucks. Kind of. It really sucks. But yeah, so the assignment doing the essay kind of sucked, but it was also interesting to think about because it was like, how to have special effects developed or whatever, and how can they develop, blah 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 blah. And I like practical effects. There was this, I know literally I next to nothing about them, but I think they're cool. I was watching a movie commentary or something like that on YouTube for Death Note, the Death Note movie, the live action one, and they didn't, I mean, it was a very bad movie, but they were talking about how they might have used practical effects for the demon fella. And they, like, raved about it. So I was like, I guess I will be interested in practical effects as well. There's just something really charming about knowing how much work was put... Okay, yeah, apparently I'm moving his arm. About how much work and consideration someone put into that. Like, someone made that with their hands. Which, I don't know, I just think it's cool. And I think it's an underutilized medium in media. Like, we have gotten so used to using CGI for everything. Like, we use practical effects all the time for, like, musicals and stuff. Like, I don't want to use Cats as an example, but I think the costuming in Cats is really, really cool, and is an interesting way to go about making the characters cats, without putting them in, like, full-blown furry suits, or, I'm sorry, fursuits. but like I don't know, I just think it's cool, and I think if you sat me down and asked me to watch a movie that was filmed in the way something is, practical effects are so CGI is like computer stuff. Practical effects are like somebody made it and it's like physical. So if like the example I'm thinking of is this movie called Freaked. I haven't seen it, but it's got Alex Winter in it, so I see it I see it everywhere on Twitter. But that I think would be an example of practical effects, like the weird, like it can be like face makeup. E.T. That's another one. That's practical effects. Like the little alien fella. I haven't seen E.T. in a very long time. It traumatized me as a child, so I simply will not watch it. Yeah. God, that's so cool to me. And like, I don't know, there's something about it. I watched an edit for Freaked. Yuck. Gross. It was like, Freaked is kind of a yucky movie, huh? And then it was just like all of the examples of how gross the movie was. And I was like, wow, can't wait to watch it. So cool. Slash Jen. But yeah, practical effects are really cool. But so of course we were supposed to be talking about CGI and how far we've come or whatever. But instead I was like, maybe we regress as a society and go back to practical effects. I did that with a lot of things, actually. Like, in terms of, so it was like, where's animation heading or whatever. I started talking about how back in like the 40s, 2D animation was like really smooth. And like the quality of movement was really high. Like Snow White was the example that I used. The first full length cartoon, blah blah blah, whatever. It just, the way everything moved was really pretty to look at, because of how high quality the movement was, and we just don't have that anymore. Cause and I understand that was like the first one, so it had to be good, but like in like the entire Walt, like when Walt was still alive, that entire era, like Pinocchio, I think Cinderella was one, that he was doing while he was still alive. What's funny is I don't think he liked that movie very much. And he was like, I guess I'll make it a staple in the theme park that I am designing. The whole reason he made Disney World was because he was a control freak. God, that's so funny. Anyway, I had to watch a documentary about him. My teacher was a big fan of paywalls, so I was like, here's a documentary that you can only find on Amazon and literally nowhere else. I tried to pirate it, I really did, but no luck there, which sucked. But so like if you compare those movies, like the movies that he did in the 40s and maybe the 50s, I don't know how long he was alive, but that whole era of movies that he had a very strict hand in, they were just really smooth and nice to look at, because they talked about how he was super passionate about the animation looking good, cause he like brought in actors for the animators to watch and all this other crap, to make sure the movie looked good. But now we just don't have that anymore. Like, everything needs to be made really fast, so it's just not as nice to look at. The one that I think of the most critically in terms of visuals is Princess and the Frog, because it was that was pretty much like the last 2D Disney movie. Like, after that, I can't really think of any. I'm sure there's other 2D movies out and about, but I know that that was like one of the last 2D Disney movies that they released, because then after that it was all 3D. Like Tangled, I'm pretty sure, was in the same era. Ratatouille was also in the same, like, late 2000s, early 2010s. But yeah, I mean, and I didn't realize that Princess and the Frog was being made during the recession until not terribly recently, but recently enough. But then you go back and compare it to other movies that were made during the same time, but in 3D. They had, you know, the 3D, I don't want to say charm, but they looked fine. They didn't look as stiff or not as considered. I don't know. The Princess and the Frog had a lot of visual opportunity, maybe. There was plenty of opportunities to make it a really cool looking movie, and maybe a little less racist as well, because they were frogs and all that. But I don't really. Maybe I don't talk about that. That's none of my business. Well, yes it is, but. Yeah, that's why I like the charm of, I don't want to be like the 80s, but the 80s, cause like the special, like, cause they had to use special effects, like practical effects. I mean, they kind of did CGI, but I don't think it's, but it looks so bad, and I really like that it looks bad, because it's, I don't know, there's something just better about it because it's bad. It's because of how hard they were trying to make it look good. You know what I mean? It's more like the passion behind it as opposed to ease. I think that's important. Okay, I'm looking at the 3D comment, because that's another thing that I talked about in the essay that I had done, because the way 3D animation has progressed is extremely linear. It was like, oh, now that we can make computer stuff, let's take it from a really interesting and stylized way and turn it up and make it photorealistic. And that's why I have so many problems with video games. Video games are like the biggest sinners. Like, I am inevitably going to buy Cyberpunk, but there's really no need to make the game hyper realistic. You can have a little style, a little flavor as a treat, for God's sake. But instead they focus so heavily on making it super realistic. Like, Cyberpunk has a very specific vibe. It's futuristic, so making it look futuristic in terms of, like, the game style or whatever makes sense. But futuristic in terms of style doesn't necessarily mean it has to be hyper realistic. There's probably, I can't think of any off the top of my head because it's just not done, but you can have a little bit of style and flavor in your games. I am literally on my knees. But yeah. What Winnie the Pooh movie was it? Because I've seen several. I know I'm googling it. The Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. Was a really pretty movie. But I don't know. Yeah, that came out in the 70s. And that's why it was so pretty, is because we didn't rely so much on, because it was like, hand done. Like, the fact that movies in the 40s were hand painted, oh, that's so hot. Okay. I don't like Star Wars. I'm not a big fan of Star Wars, but I've seen bits and pieces of The Mandalorian because my dad watches it. But the way they filmed, or whoever directed it, the way it turned out reminds me of the way the original movies were filmed, and that's so cool. It's the perfect example. I don't want to praise it too terribly because I haven't seen it, but the way they filmed The Mandalorian was really reminiscent and stylized in the same way as the original movies, and that's something that can be so charming. And nostalgia is a very, very powerful thing, and I do think it's underutilized in terms of making movies and other media or whatever, because we're so focused on getting everything to look perfect and hyper realistic that we forget that it doesn't have to be like that. We may have a little bit of funky mistakes as a treat, like in the original, one of the original Star Wars movies or whatever, how one of the stormtroopers hits their head on a door or whatever, but they didn't realize it until later, and I think they added a sound effect of him hitting his head on the way into the room because they embraced the mistake as opposed to trying to cover it up. And I know that's not exactly the same thing as what I was talking about, but it's the imperfections. It is something that can be so intimate. Oh, I don't want to discredit 3D animation too terribly, because if Spider-Verse proved anything, it's that it can be an extremely interesting medium. However, the way people treat it, bad. There's just so much that could be done, but it's all the same shit. Overwatch and Fortnite have the same, video game style. The big, weird, highly lined, big eyelash eyes for girls. And then they're all shaped the same, like Fortnite and Overwatch, so, they have a very specific style. And I'm pretty sure there's other games that look exactly like that as well. I'm pretty sure I've confused, another game. I don't remember what game. I don't want to say League of Legends because it's probably not League of Legends. But I've confused another game with Fortnite and Overwatch because they look so similar. So once they find a style that works, they just use it over and over again, which sucks. There's so much room for so much stuff. I like how Amazing World of Gumball really leans heavy into, the weird shit. There's so much that they do in that show. It's oh, we're funky. Here's a balloon. And you're like, cool. There's just a lot of flavor in Amazing World of Gumball, and I think more shows should try to do that. There's The Dragon Prince, I think, is a multimedia, animation. I didn't really like it, mainly because of the character animation. I didn't like the character animation very much. Psy Snoodles? Okay, I gotta go Google it. Oh. Okay, now here's another conversation topic. Alien designs. This is something that can be so important and so intimate. A lot of medias are like, here is a green woman, and that's the whole alien. I don't watch a whole lot of alien-based medias, but I have discussed it with my fair share of homies. Some monster designs are just boring. And that's leading back into practical effects. There's so many opportunities to make really cool like costuming for really cool monsters and stuff. And I know it's not like the movement isn't always perfect or whatever, but it's so fun because you know that somebody put a lot of time and energy into making that, as opposed to like letting a computer do it. Like in the same vein as what I was talking about yesterday when I was playing Detroit Become Human. I was talking about how like art can't be made by robots or whatever, and that I don't like. The humans behind the computer are still making the art with like 3D movies or whatever, but knowing that there's something more intimate about using your hands, like this is gonna start sounding like I don't believe digital art is art. It is, but there's just something like there's digital creation has a lot more tools accessible to it as a medium, like the undo tool is a big one. And my god, I am a big fan of the undo tool, do not get me wrong. But like knowing somebody did something in one sitting and didn't need any of the extra shit that a computer can provide you, and they just did it by themselves. I also just really like passion. Like as soon as somebody steps foot in front of me and it's like, I am very passionate about this thing, I'm going to tell you about it now. I'm like, yes. I probably won't understand what you're saying, but my god, tell me more. That's happened. My sister is really into volleyball, the anime. I don't know how to pronounce it. But the volleyball anime show thing. She really likes it, and she likes it in a way that I've never seen her like anything before. Like normally she's pretty tame about her enjoyments. Like she watched Game of Thrones and she was like, yeah, I like Game of Thrones, and that was it. That was all she said to me about it. But volleyball, the anime, she actually cares enough about it to discuss it with me, which is so sexy. I like listening to people talk about things that they enjoy. It's so fun, sexy, and cool. And a lot of the time I don't understand what's going on, but I'll be damned if I'm not having a great time listening to you talk about it. That is not correct at all. Maybe I'll do hair first. I'm not ready to commit to faces yet. That's a little much. I don't know, this is taking a really long time probably because I won't shut up, but I was hoping to work on something else after I was done with this, because I was probably just gonna do my lazy coloring where I just color in the sketch. I don't want to call it lazy because I think it looks nice, but it's definitely not as finished as it could be, I don't think. I was planning on finishing my 420 Bill and Ted image because I really like it, but I haven't had, the time, so I haven't done that. There's a lot of stuff that I want to finish that I just haven't had the time to do. Luckily the semester's over now, and now that I'm streaming I have a reason to sit down and actually finish stuff. I'll have to look at what I have, because I reorganized all of my files so I can find them easier, because the way I had it organized before was finished, unfinished, and then stuff I'm probably never gonna touch again. So like sketches that were they're sketches but they're not done. But I don't know, I think you can consider a sketch finished if you're literally never gonna touch it again, you know? If you sketch something and you're like, this is nice, I'm good, I think that could be considered finished. So now all my new folders are like sketches, low render, which is like well, sketches I want to do something more with, sketches I'm not gonna touch again, low render stuff, which is like flat color, and then full color. And I have way too many sketches. I think I have a disease. Bye, have a good dinner. Thank you for visiting, love you. But I do like having everything organized that way, because it makes me feel less bad about not finishing things. Because if I sketch something for fun, that's all it's gotta be. It doesn't have to be anything more than that. I have noticed that people like finished stuff on Twitter a lot more. I think it's that, just having things look more complete seems to help with engagement. Not that I'm some kind of expert on engagement. That's just something I've noticed in my adventures. I totally quit on having an art account. Because I stole the art thread idea from this one person I really, really like. It's a good idea though, because then the people who actually want to see your art can just go through the thread. And then the people who want to look at my dumb tweets, or who are following me just for the sake of it, don't have to if they don't want to. Unsurprisingly, literally no one's gone through the thread yet, but that's okay. I actually had a like on some random thing pretty deep into the thread the other day, but that was a friend of mine, so it kind of made sense. That's not the right shape. That's better. Man, I need to practice bass or something tomorrow. Maybe I'll do that when I'm waiting to stream. Just because it's Tuesday, so it's another stream night. Because I think Wednesdays are break days. I will literally not know what to do with myself on Wednesday. Wednesday will roll around and I'll be like, oh, no stream? Okay. Because I have an addiction. I don't know what he should... I forgot his thumb. Cringe. That's better. Okay. I don't think I'll do anything else for Mermaid. This will probably be it. I like mermaids and stuff. In fact, it is my whole personality. But I don't think I could do... How many days are in May? 30, 31? 31, I think. But let me Google it. May. Many. 31, okay. But yes, I am the beach. Goodbye, everyone. The way people decorate beach houses, like all the nautical crap, no, actually. I don't like the boat. Like, boat stuff is okay. Well, okay, I like the lighthouse vibe. I think it's cute. It's got a very, comforting vibe. But as soon as I step foot inside an actual lighthouse, I'd probably be freaked. So I don't think that I will. They just look so, like, the portrayals of them in, like, movies and stuff look really small and wet, and I don't think I'd be a particularly large fan of that. But otherwise, very sexy. I like pictures of them hung in bathrooms. Because that's where they go. My house is no different. It is ocean themed. My mom did have me draw like 2 different mermaids. Well, I drew one for her. I just drew one randomly, and she was like, "Can I have it?" And I was like, "Sure." And then the other one I drew for her on purpose. And neither of them are good anymore. They're like at least 4 years old at this point. So maybe an update. Just kidding, I'm not actually gonna do that. I'd think about it, my god, I'd think about it, but I'm glad they're not wet, because that might be the worst part of media lighthouses. Have you been in one? Okay, that's kind of cool. But only 5 minutes. And any more than that is probably too much sailor time. I like the idea, and I don't mean to sound like some rich whore or anything, but I like the idea of having a yacht. Or just like a boat. That's probably the ocean man in me talking. Because I just think it's nice. Like, being out on the water, like, you're not gonna worry about anybody. Like, you get to decide the speed at which people are on your boat, you know? Like, if you want a homeboy on your boat, you're like, "Hey man, I have a boat, let's go on my boat." And then the friend is obviously like, "Hell yeah man, let's go on your boat." And then you go on your boat, and then when you're done with your friend, you drop him off on land, and then you fuck off back into the ocean, and nobody can bother you because you're on a boat. And I mean, you've got to hope that none of your friends also have a boat. I don't know, I like the idea, the isolation, I guess. The intimacy. Isolation isn't really what I'm looking for, I don't think. Intimacy is nicer. I don't want to... I am once again bringing up Sam and Bucky. There's a... they're on a boat at some point in the series. I don't know when, I don't know why, but there's these really cute pictures of them on the boat, and I think it's cute. Okay. Mermaids. I'm not good at mermaids. Like, they have too much opportunity for detail in the tails, and I am total shit at that. Like, I don't even know where to begin on the tail. Is it? I love the boat part. It just seems really gay to me. Okay. Cool fish tails. Not hair. That's not what I meant. Ooh, a graph. This is not a graph. I want to open the image. Thank you. Oh. Okay. I have this image of fishtails. What do we think? Which fishtail should Bill have? I'm learning so much about fish in this adventure. Kind of like rounded unevenly, not rounded normally. Rounded normally is dumb. It's kind of a weird shape at the angle I'm doing. Well, we'll see. Life is what I make it. Shit, I forgot what it looked like already. I have to make it thicker. Or the nub shorter. Oh my god, I'm on the wrong layer. There we go. Oh wait, I got rid of the fish. Take me back. I guess I'll just... There we go. Which one's Bill? This one. Okay, back to fish. I accidentally renewed my fishing license. I probably shouldn't have. 'Cause I got it last year. Fished maybe twice. And then stopped. I was like, wow, fishing, so fun. And then didn't do it at all. I don't like the heat or going outside. And unfortunately, fishing involves both of those things. Okay. This is dumb. Maybe I don't like rounded unevenly. Well, we'll see. So you probably can't hear it. I hope you can't hear it, but my bedroom wall is connected to the living room. Well, one of our living rooms, because we've got two, one downstairs, one upstairs. And the one downstairs is the living room downstairs is my mom's favorite hangout spot. And the wall connecting my room to, well, separating my room from the living room, has the TV on it, which is my favorite thing in the world, I swear. So every time a movie is on, I can hear it. Pretty much everything that's going on. And I'm hoping you can't, but God, who's to say? But my mom watches, dumb romance shit. She has the lake house. She goes to, Goodwill and buys, movies. Um, she bought My Own Private Idaho a while back. And now that I'm thinking about that harder than I was before, I realize that that's probably really hard to do because it's an independent movie. I mean, it's probably not like horribly hard to do. Like, you can probably just Google it and find someone on eBay selling one. But just to find it out in the wild? Nuts. Because I can't, because Bill and Ted isn't like abundant. I'm trying to think of movies that we found more than once on like trips. And of course, I'm coming up blank now. I haven't been to, I was gonna say a store. I meant the thrift store, but I haven't been to a store in a while, so I guess that wouldn't be too untrue. Okay, I kind of like that. I didn't think I was gonna like the way this tale turned out, but it's kind of cool. So I'll let it go. I think he may have a smaller one. Yes! Now that's fish!
My thoughts and actions constantly clashing. Next up compassion. My heart knows that you're fragile, but my mouth is button mashing. My ADD often distracting me, often a rationalization, trying to justify my often clumsy practice. From woeful winters and sour springs to summer sadness, I frequently fall short of what
I was thinking about doing my River Phoenix painting on stream, because I figure that way I'll actually work on it, because I haven't touched it since I blocked it. I'm really excited about it, I just don't, well, I didn't have time. Like, I started it and was like, yay, painting, and then had a job. Cringe. I still have a job, which sucks. Job boring. Well, today it was. Like, I feel like I'll probably tell work stories as soon as I have any. But I don't, because today was so boring. Well, now that I'm talking about it, I can talk about Saturday. Hold on.
My focus and my vision have a different view. I'm holding back vomit, gotta make it past the centrifuge. No ground, no floors, never seen a landing spot. Besides my granddad, I can't say I've been a fan of cops. All I do is stand and rot, sky full of love bugs. I think I'll see your face again if I do enough drugs. Or maybe not, baby stop, my Dreamcast still broke. They say that rap is dead, I'm kinda mad I weren't the kill stroke. Old heads, dying off, new heads, rhyming soft. Can't afford a MacBook, my OS, Microsoft. Facial feature broken, full of glass and bad memories. Slow crawl cocoon, I can't wait till cats pilling me. It's summertime again, but summers ain't so summery. The grass is always greener, that's the age-old summary. Say I like change, but I'm afraid change will come from me. Afraid I might change by the time change done with me.
shit up in flames. Might get nothing but shame. I've been fighting off the disdain to the Triton, often in dangers and range. It's hard to contain my expression when targets changing direction. Etched in this brain and obsession, never the same. I'm redirected, left in this daze. I need to end this effortless ways for me to exit. Yeah, I can't wait to see the next shit. It's not impressive. It's getting hard just to feel out. Commit to living the real now. Wasted another year, now we're down. We're down. We're down. We're down. I feel so down. We're down. We're down. We're down. I feel so
Down to make a change, down to take a different step. Down a path where I belong, not down with being upset. My head always in the clouds, and it's time my body follows. Can nobody do it for me? Is the motherfucking motto. I won't wallow in my misery, that isn't me tomorrow. If I'm riding at my core, rip it at my avocado, ayy. That's what I'm focused on. I'm sick of waking up to melancholy with its open palm. It's out of pocket, but my sides they like Pokemon. My clocks have broken arms, my blindfold always on. Dig it out, my delusions all clear out. Fallacies disappear now. Wasted another year, now we're down.
we're down. We're down. We're down. I feel so down. We're down. We're down. We're down. I feel so.
Whoops, sorry. I had to do laundry or something. I don't even remember what I was out there for. Where'd the music go? There it is. Not that it's very loud, but that's fine. There it is. Thinking about... Oh my god, I forgot now that I have free time. Not only can I play more Animal Crossing, my animals are probably very upset with me right now. I can also play Cookie Run, which is so hot. Even though the event right now looks really bad. And I think they upgraded Wasabi Cookie, which was a long time coming, because honestly, she was notoriously one of the worst cookies in the game. For me, I don't know that it's like actually notorious. But like in custom runs, if you asked me to play with Wasabi Cookie, I'd be like, great, can't wait. I just want another City of Wizards. I actually really wanted another City of Millennial Tree event for a really long time, but then it was really bad. They did one recently, like a couple months ago. That was kind of when I stopped playing, because I had class and work or whatever. This looks really bad, so I'm gonna undo literally everything I just did. And move on. Maybe I'll come back to it later. Yeah, I totally forget what I was saying. I need to label these. Turd? No, not turd. Bill. Fishtail. And skeleton. Okay, cool. I don't normally name my layers, but when I do... That was really bad. I'm canceling the stream. I gotta go. I don't think his head is turned the correct direction. No. Well, I fucked over. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. God, my favorite thing about Keanu Reeves. My favorite thing about wearing hats. No, one of my favorite things about Keanu Reeves is his complete and total lack of a jawline from the side. It's so hot to me. Like, a lot of celebrities, they turn and they could, like, cut stone with their jaw. And it, I don't want to say it freaks me out, because that's hot too. But I don't know. I like the soft jaw representation that Keanu Reeves gives me. Like, thank you, buddy. That's very cool. Okay. I was out on last Saturday. I work Saturdays. So last Saturday it was a rough one. I messed up both dough batches. I work at a pizza place. And on Saturdays I run the restaurant. I'm like a shift leader or whatever. I won't get into the details of that because I'm very bitter and angry, but whatever. I need a Keanu Reeves side profile. I have one in my bookmarks. It'll be a little bit. Ugh. Devil's Advocate edit, my beloved. Here it is, okay. What was I talking about? I don't remember. I got so distracted by the Devil's Advocate edit. It's in my bookmarks. It's very important to me. Yeah, I don't remember. That's fine.
You still wonder how to cope, ponder how to float. How do I adult? Climb inside the boat. Why do I emote? My kaleidoscope stuck inside the blows. Can't deny my role. Others thrive, I don't.
I'm so upset. It was probably so funny and hilarious and witty and talented, unique. But I can't remember. Oh my god, I get to do mermaid hair for Ted. This is so hot. Where it's like floaty or whatever. Good for him. I miss drawing them. They're really fun. I have my references for them pulled up, but I've drawn them so often that I've pretty much got it down. I do that now. Where like if I want to draw a character enough, I do like I make like a reference for them. I did it with George and Harold, but I had like a comic planned for them. So it made sense to do it for them, but I actually did it on purpose for Bill and Ted. Especially because the first few times I drew them, it was like really inconsistent and bad and hard. The first time I ever drew them was literally right after I rewatched the movie for the first time. Because one of the scene where it like focuses on their hands and they're like crossing their fingers or whatever, I was like, wow, that's gay. What if they were holding hands? Ow, now I gotta find it. And now that my files are organized, I will be able to find it so easily. Sketches, unlikely finish. Okay, I forgot how many I have, so it'll be a minute. But my god, I'm gonna find it so hard anyway. Oh my god, Aladdin's dad, I forgot. Oh, furry Ted's in here. God, I draw way too much. Thank God this is invisible to you. I don't know what I would do if you could see some of this stuff. What did I name it? Because I know it's bad. It's not. Brody, what are you doing here? I have fan art of the Papa's Pizzeria characters. I mean, how big-brained of me, you know? Here it is, it's called Guitar Emoji. So this is the first time I ever drew them, and it's not horrible, but it's definitely not good, because I was like, oh, what if they're gay? I like hands. Hands are really fun to draw. I know everybody complains about them, but I like the concept. I'll probably come back to it eventually. I draw Ted a lot more pink now. This is really orange. This is more indigo. That's interesting. I've sort of romanticized their colors a little bit, but that's alright. Because I made Bill like a really deep purple. His shirt does not look like that. It's not this purple in the movie. I know everybody's like a super big fan of Bogus Journey and everything, and I like Bogus Journey too. But there's just something about Excellent Adventure. Ugh. I'm holding the movie so gently and with love in my heart. I need the Keanu Reeves image again. Oh my god, his eyebrows are weird. Affectionate. Bills are easy, they're just square. Keanu's are interesting. Affectionate. But I never really paid too much attention because his hair always covers him anyway. How did I draw him from the side? Oh, normal. What sucks is the first time I ever drew Bill, that was pretty much like, well, not the first time, the reference image that I have of him. This one. The pinnacle. I literally cannot get any better than that. It is the only image of Bill I have ever drawn. Any other image? Sorry, doesn't exist. Well, the one I did earlier today, I did an expression practice sketch of him, and it's the I had people send me emojis, and it was like the unamused emoji. That's not right. And I somehow, God knows how, managed to keep the integrity of his character design intact while also having him have that expression. Because, I mean, yeah, he can, like, he's probably made that expression in the movie. Or at least one of them. Oh, yeah. Like, the scene where they're, like, gambling or whatever with Billy the Kid. Like, that's... Like, he looked generally unamused, you could say, in that scene. But when I drew it, I've never drawn either one of them anything less than just completely jazzed to be wherever they're at, except for my comic for Bill and Ted Week, the date night one, because they were like upset or whatever. But in like the next page, or the last panel, I guess, they were happy again, so that's hot. And it was also like a more scared expression in the first page, as opposed to like an actively upset or distasteful, I guess. I don't know, it's just a really weird expression to draw him in. I kind of forget how difficult it is, because I don't draw a whole lot of things where the expressions would need to vary too terribly. So I just draw whatever I want. A lot of the time I draw whatever's easiest. Like, I see all these people doing studies on Twitter and stuff. And it's like, oh yeah, I did this study of, like, a building or whatever. And I'm like, why? Why would you do that to yourself? I need to learn how to do backgrounds. Because the backgrounds I did for the Bill and Ted Week comics, I totally cheated on those. I just found pictures, and copied them. Like, I didn't try to do anything interesting. I was like, oh, this is a picture of vaguely what I want. Good enough for me. And I just copied the picture. Which I am immensely ashamed of. Like, you could have at least a little bit of creativity. But no. I don't know. Backgrounds, I've tried to do one full-fledged background, but then I got tired of it. Because it was for my stupid Georgia Tarot comic back when that was a very brief era, but an era of my life nonetheless. But so I tried to make that an actual yeah. Bill King. Totally forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, the background. The background in the comic that I had like designed it, I guess, on my own, but I never finished it because I was like, wow, this sucks and is hard. I don't feel like it anymore. And I also got really into Bill and Ted at around the same time, so I didn't ever feel like finishing the comic. I literally had like 50 pages of this damn thing planned out, and I am just never gonna touch it again. And that's sort of sad. Because it was it wasn't fun, per se. I liked the idea, because I was making it, but it was just a bunch of self-projection garbage, where I was like, what if this character was sad? But it was projection, but it was also like a wish fulfillment sort of thing. It was like, what if this character was sad but was happy after? Because making characters sad and then not making them happy after, I don't understand why you would do that. Like, the people who make things sad and then don't, that's so brave. Like, I was, after I streamed yesterday, I was reading Detroit Become Human fanfiction. Cringe. While I was waiting for my VODs to upload. Because it took forever for some reason. I might have to get off earlier so I can do that better, faster. But I do want to work on my River Phoenix painting at least a little. Before I go, because I know I'm not going to work on it Wednesday. That's just not happening. But, was I talking about? I didn't realize how easy it was to talk to an empty room. Because when I was gaming, it was really hard for some reason. But now I'm coming up with shit to talk about without much issue. So, good for me, I guess. So when I was doing my laundry earlier, I ran into my sister and she was talking about her final exam that she had to take. But also she insulted me. I don't know, it's not an active insult or anything. It was a joke, but I'm offended nonetheless. She said I looked like someone from Big Time Rush, and I have to decide which one. Because it's probably my least favorite one. Oh no. I kind of look like two of them. Yeah, I look like my least favorite one. That sucks. Piss off, I don't want to tell you what year I was born. I have a CD. I did it. I have a CD of them in my car because I have CD disease. I'm also considering cassette tape disease as a treat for myself. I may have a little weird retro vibe as a treat. Speaking of weird retro vibes as treats, I was on Etsy the other day and I was like, wow. Well, no, I was on Twitter, which then took me to Etsy as a treat. I follow a lot of like Twitter artists, but in like the small business sense. I'm on art Twitter, but it's all like like, hey, look at this painting I did. It's a print now. I follow a lot of people who sew. Speaking of the people who sew, there was this one lady who did a corset, a Bucky corset. And it's really great, hot, sexy, and cool. And I was gonna find it, but instead I'm gonna tell one of my mutuals what a pro shipper is. Excuse me, this is very important. Okay, I've given them the option to learn what a pro shipper is as a treat, because consent is important, I think. Okay. Anyway, I really like the way Ted's hair looks. I'm going to cry about it now. Apparently, all it takes is going on Twitter for a second, and then coming back and realizing that I'm literally the greatest artist of all time. Nobody worry about it. Oh no, I have to choose which tail he gets. Oh, I like the way Bill's tail turned out. I also like how Ted's is longer, because he's taller. Oh, ew. Steps on me. Okay, focus. I'm choosing Ted's tail. I'm considering. I kind of like pointed. He will be pointed as a treat. I'll round him out again. I already forgot which tail I chose. Pointed, oh my god, focus. Okay. This is really hard. And we got it. It's okay. Thank you. The first few times I drew his hair, I don't even want to talk about the first time. Well, that's technically not the first time, it was like the second. But before I had drawn my reference images, this sucks suddenly. Why does this suck suddenly? Maybe but the first time I had drawn them, it was before I had decided what I wanted them, like my designs to look like. Because I have to sit down and consider it because they're real human people. And I've got a style, blah blah blah, whatever. The first time I drew Ted's hair, it was an absolute nightmare, and I am actively choosing not to pull it up because of how bad I think it is now in comparison to what I do now. Every time I look at a picture of Ted, I'm like, wow, I don't draw him like that at all. And then I continue to not draw him like that at all because God, I get it's my fantasy Bill and Ted. I get to decide how incorrect their hair looks. Okay, pointed points, if you can believe. Not normally this creative with my mermaid designs. I hope the coloring looks as cool as I hope it will. You better believe I'm gonna throw so many overlays on this. That's how I cheat a lot of the time. That my Bill and Ted Week comics are very overlaid. And that's why you can turn the lights on in my Momo-worthy image. I need to call it something better than that, because it's just like, it's just being kind of an asshole. Prideful. Which is wrong or whatever. I think it's kind of fun, to be honest. Pride. Like, I know everyone's like, be humble. It's kind of boring. There's this one, girl I follow on art Twitter. And she was talking about how, like, proud of something she was, or I think she was talking about how, people who get on Twitter and are like, my friend could make this better and cheaper than you, blah, blah, blah. And she got kind of upset about that, because that's kind of a mean thing to say in somebody's comments. Like, tagging somebody and being like, hey, can you make this for me, when the person you're commenting on is literally selling that. Don't do that. You're, like, actively telling them that they're not getting a customer, but you want it. You know? It's just kind of icky. But she was like, yeah, she was talking about how she has seen more than one person talk like that in her comments. And how she was like, yeah, they couldn't do it as well as me anyway. And I was like, yes, queen. But then somebody else was like, you mean this color isn't good on you? Eh. And they were like being kind of a dick about it. Like, you're allowed to enjoy the art that you create because you made it. You know? I don't think we... I don't think we give our, like, we don't allow people to enjoy the things that they do enough, I don't think. Like, I've noticed a lot in, like, music, especially recently, Like there's, like one of the, like a song by Justin Bieber, it came out ages ago. I don't remember what it's called, and I don't remember what it sounds like, and I'm absolutely not gonna look it up. But it's like, it's talking about how the girl of the song, the song, whoever the song's about, it's some girlfriend of his or something. And he's talking about how confident she is, and he's saying it like it's a bad thing. And then there's this other country song that comes on while I'm at work a lot. I do not listen to country music actively, do not get me wrong. But it's talking about how the lady protagonist of the song is talking about how, well, the guy is talking about how she doesn't know that she's beautiful or whatever. And it's like a good thing that she doesn't know. Like that's sort of the point the song is trying to make. It's like, wow, you're so beautiful and you don't even realize? That's, wow. I love how humble you are and all this other junk. But I think that's dumb. Being humble is stupid. Well, okay. There's definitely a line. I think having pride in what you do is good and fun. And it's a lot more fun than being like self-deprecating. Like, it's just kind of uncomfortable to listen to. It's like, wow, I suck at everything I do and am horrible. How do you want, like, that's either a very clear compliment fish, or you genuinely feel that way and you need help. And there's no, like, if you want a compliment, just ask. I will simply give you a compliment if you just ask. Like, hit me up and be like, hey, feeling kind of down. Hype me up. And I'll be like, hell yeah, man, I got you. Because sometimes we need a little hype up from time to time. But if you, like, genuinely need help after making one of those comments, you won't find help here, because I'm a singular man. Maybe you go to therapy as a treat. But I've had a couple of friends like that are like, wow, I'm gonna die alone, and I'm like, sorry. And I have to be like, no, you won't, or whatever. But that's such an uncomfortable position to be put in. I totally forgot about what I was saying earlier. So I was on Etsy. So I was on Twitter, and then it took me to Etsy. So this Twitter post that I found, it was like, hey, I'll thrift shop for you. And that's kind of dumb, because I can thrift shop by myself, but I'm stupid and I make bad choices. Well, it wasn't a bad choice, per se. It wasn't smart. I guess that's bad. I'm trying really hard to justify this purchase, because I'm excited about it. I think it's fun, but it's kind of stupid, and I definitely shouldn't have bought this. But hey, sometimes you've got to support small businesses, even if it's not within your means. Well, it's fine. So this lady on Twitter had like this cutesy, she's got like this Etsy or whatever, and she was like, hey, it was a mystery bundle, which is why I thought that was cool. So basically, she thrift shops for you. Have you ever heard of, like, Stitch Fix? I hear a lot of podcasts being like, oh, Stitch Fix. But Stitch Fix is essentially like, what's your size, what's your sense of, like, style, what's your fashion sense, and then we'll pick out clothes for you, send them to you, you get to try them on, and if you don't like the way they feel or look, send them back, and you won't get charged for them, but anything you keep, that's what you get charged for. That's essentially what Stitch Fix is. So it was kind of like Stitch Fix, but thrifting and small business, which was kind of hot. I think I think the idea, the like concept of Stitch Fix is really cool, because I like the idea of messing with my fashion sense, because I don't really have one. I wear t-shirts and sweatpants, and that's the whole bit. I've started adopting Bill's sense of style, where it's like I tie a sweatshirt around my waist and wear a crop top, and that's that's the whole bit, which is so dumb. I have a good time, so it's not dumb because I'm having fun, but it's not a very, good sense of fashion. It's kind of, I don't want to say bland, but it's still very comfortable. Okay. Sketch finished. Say goodnight, Fishtail. Well, I'll just leave it. But, so, this lady, she was, the post that I saw, it was like, I'll thrift for you, you choose between, e-girl, cottagecore, and Y2K, and I was like, oh my god, 2000s fashion style? That used to be, I used to be very passionate about the 2000s, High School Musical, just the vibe of the era. It's very nostalgic for me, because it's when I was a child, so I would hope it'd be nostalgic. I forgot that people could be born. So I was at my grandma's house the other day, and my sister's buddy was like, we were talking about astrology, and he was like, yeah, I kind of want to know what all my signs are, and I was like, okay. And so I pulled up like an astrology birth chart website, and he gave me all of his information, and he said he was born in 2002, and I was like, I'm sorry? Because I kind of forgot that 2002 was a year. I don't know why, it was really weird. Because my god, 2002 certainly was a year that happened. Because I was born in 2001, so it's 2001, and then 2002 just didn't exist, because then my sister was born in 2003. And then 2004 is just a trustworthy year. I don't remember what happened in that year, because I was like, what, 3? But it's fine. I trust her anyway. She sounds like a nice year. 2018, I miss her. I don't remember what happened, but I miss 2018. Another good year, 2012. 2012, the pinnacle. Back to the Etsy thing that I was talking about. The lady. I was like, oh, Y2K or whatever. I don't think I was actually gonna get the Y2K one. I was actually up in the air on whether or not I should get the e-girl one or the Y2K one. Because all the example images in the Y2K one was shit I would literally never wear. It was like a hat, and I was like, I'm not gonna wear this. But the e-girl one was kind of fun. But then I went on her Etsy, and she had another version of the mystery bundle thing that was like eras. So one of them was the 70s, one of them was the 80s, and then one of them was the 90s. And the 90s was really bland, and I was like, cringe. And then the 80s was perfect. Love her. And then the 70s one was fine. I don't remember the 70s one because I was like, 80s? Because I have a disease. I am unbelievably close to buying a Walkman because I'm literally so stupid. But I bought Detroit Become Human and the silly little thrifting bundle. So I'm probably not gonna, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait out the the Walkman purchase, I think. I just think cassettes are cute. Like, making mixtapes, that's adorable. I know I can do it super easy, unlike, like, Spotify. Yeah, I could literally just make a playlist. Like, it cost me $0 to just make a playlist, but cassettes, there's something about it. Sometimes, things that are old are better. And there's no shame in this, I think. Oh my god, we're coloring. The fact that this took me 2 hours is really funny. Normally it wouldn't take me this long, but it looks real nice. I think his hand needs to be bigger. Okay. A very subtle change. I also think Ted's hand needs to be bigger. Ted. Maybe I messed with his hand a little. Okay. There... I watched... a movie. It was during the Christmas season. Either this year or last year. Probably last year, because I don't remember. Well, maybe it was this year. It doesn't really matter when I found the movie. It was bad. Let's start there. The movie was not good. Because the movie was like 3 different stories in one, and that is extremely difficult to pull off. Because it's like... too much going on at once. Like, I'm sure it's possible. Thank you. I'm sure it's possible to get correct and do it well. But sometimes one story is enough. I am going to talk about Detroit Become Human, I guess, because that also has the same problem. Cause like, they very clearly only cared about Connor's storyline, cause his is the most compelling, story-wise. He as a character, at the moment at least. Later on in the game, oh shit, it's 9:05. Hold on. Okay, my bad. I forgot I had an alarm set for 9:05. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah. So Connor's story is the most compelling and interesting, because they very clearly put the most thought into his story. Like, his, relationship with Hank is really interesting. His, he doesn't really have any reason to deviate, is the part that I find interesting. Marcus was actively encouraged to deviate. He was like, hey, you are a person. You should act. You should have the choices of one. Or, like, Carl's like, hey, you're a human being. That's so hot. Continue to do that. And then Kara was like, wow, daughter. Okay, I realized the problem with her deviation Cause I know why I'm not compelled. Okay, like later on, the reason why her story is like garbage, I know why, but I won't talk about it. Because my God, we will get there. But she didn't have a memory of anything that happened. We interact with Alice once before deviating. We were like, oh, Alice, tell us about yourself, or whatever. And so I can, like, take care of you and stuff. And that's all well and good, and I'm thank you for that interaction, I guess. But other than that, we didn't really get to bond with Alice at all because she was still, like, scared of what happened with Kara the first time, and how she was, like, beaten and destroyed or whatever. But so we never get to see why Alice and Kara are so connected, and then, like, why didn't Kara deviate the first time when she was about to be beaten? You know? She just let that, well, she might have deviated then. We don't get to see that. So I'm just gonna assume that she didn't. But that was, like, we interacted with Alice once, and then we decide to just stop listening. I don't know, it was really abrupt, and they very clearly didn't think that through, because they only cared about Connor's story. The Connor story is the one that's thought out the most, because he's the crispy cop white boy character. And again, it is interesting, but, he's just boring. I think Bill's head is too big. I'm hoping that the more opportunities Hank gives us to interact with him on a more human level, the more interesting Connor will be. But the playthrough that I watched, neither one of those. Hank wasn't a big fan of Connor in the playthrough that I watched, because they didn't really know what they were doing. The fellas I was watching. The way they played was really interesting. It was a group of 3 dudes, I think. And they each played one character. So every time a different character had a different scene, they passed the controller off to let them play their character. So the scene where Connor was chasing Kara across the street, they tried to pass it off to each other in the middle, which was really funny. I don't think that lasted very long, but God, I feel so bad for not listening to Hank. We would have been friends if I had listened to him. I mean, I know we're friends now, but we would have been friends faster. Cringe. Okay. He just doesn't have a second arm, I've decided. It's hidden perfectly. Okay. And... art. Color. Okay. A gentle blue. No, not that one. Shade. This is nice. Okay. And then, well, I can just, okay. We'll do background. Color. Okay, now we're busting out these. Okay. Now this is the part where I probably shouldn't display my process because it's really ugly. Because the edges are god-awful. It looks fine when you're zoomed out, but when you're zoomed in, cringe. I did a halfway decent, funky Meta Knight. I did like a human version or whatever, but he's chunky, and I like that. Cause I googled it, I was like human Meta Knight, because I was curious to see if he was like white boyified, as is the problem in America today. And he wasn't like blonde white boyified, but they did put like a really weird mask on him. Like he's supposed to be a knight. You could just give him a knight helmet, but nobody did that for some reason. They all gave him a mask, and I know Meta Knight has a mask, like canonically, but it's just because he's like an orb. You know, like there's not. You can't really put a helmet on an orb, so a mask is the closest you're gonna get. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me being picky about other people's funky human. I saw exactly one good Meta Knight, and it was because he was fat. I loved him. Round? Yes. Please? What's funny is I could stomach a human Meta Knight, but if anybody even looks in my direction and thinks about human Kirby, I gotta go. I'm leaving. Immediately. Well, now I gotta look it up, because now I'm curious. It's gonna be bad. I know it will. I'm sorry, human Kirby X Reader? No? Okay. The first one is very bad. The third one is very bad. The second one, I am looking. He's chunky, trustworthy, round. I am closing the window. I am closing the tab. And what I saw here today will be forgotten. Hopefully. Oh my god, Bill and Melinda Gates announce divorce. Get your money, queen! Sorry, hold on, I am once again educating my mutual. My beloved. Okay. Mutual officially educated. Okay. And we're back. And I'm coloring. I'm really excited to do the tail because I'm thinking about doing some funky coloring. Some funky coloring. I don't know how funky I'll get, but I have this, I did this weird chainmail, like, outfit design. where I didn't really draw the chainmail. I colored it to where it kind of looked like chainmail, and that was about as good as I got. Yeah, you can tell I'm being lazy. I'll go back. Ugh. I don't know why this is so much easier to do on my laptop. Probably because of the way my laptop functions. I'm also just impatient. Usually by the time I get to the coloring stage of an image, I'm like, ugh, I'm tired. I don't want to do this anymore. Shading is even worse. I don't think I've shaded anything. I mean, painting an image as opposed to shading an image after I've I don't shade things when there's line art for some reason. If there's line art, I find it really, really difficult to shade. I don't know why. It just feels like the shading, well, the line art messes with the integrity of the line art shading. Sorry. Which is not true. Necessarily. Sometimes I just think it looks gross. Like, I don't know. It's just hard. I already have enough difficulty getting things to be as dark as they need to be. Because that's one of my big, that's the one, like, my art fatal flaw is, I don't shade dark enough. Because even in the, Bill and Ted huggy, weird snuggle image that I did, the high art painting or whatever, it could still go darker, I think, in my opinion. Not too dark, but there are some areas where I could have gone darker to sort of make it pop more than it already did. Because I was looking at a picture, it's definitely darker than how I shade normally. But the line art makes me shade even lighter than I already do. So it's just, it's encouraging that fatal flaw. That's a fun thing. Like those funky, art Twitter ask thingies. It's like, what's my most recognizable quality in my art? And then you, like, quote retweet it or whatever, or reply. I've never done one of those because I don't think I'd get many responses, so I don't really see the point. But I'm glad everybody else is having a good time with them. But asking for your art fatal flaw would probably be a self-esteem blow, as opposed to what's your favorite part about my art. It'd probably be the opposite effect. But I do think in safer spaces than Twitter, because Twitter is not nice, but it is nice to know what you could improve on, I think. Which is why I have my funky little art server to help people improve. There's a lot of people I want to invite to it, but I don't know if that'd be weird. They're all Twitter mutuals, so I've, like, interacted with them before, but I don't know, like, what step I need to take from Twitter mutual to, hey, can I have your Discord? Because I've done that twice, and it's, oh my god, it was so hard. Interacting with people, I am very small. Making friends is hard. Online and in real life, but mostly in real life. But I'm glad I did it because I have a couple more friends now, which is nice, I think. I like having people to talk to and annoy about my interests. And hopefully I provide a nice space so they can annoy me about theirs. I like mutual annoyance. I think it's important. Okay. Bucket. Okay. This is about as good as that's gonna get, I think. And I avoided the eyebrows, which is really impressive. I think my music is upset with me. Yes, I'm still watching. Okay, hair. Hair's next, very important, very important. And it'll take not as long to outline, which I think my art process is probably very boring to watch. Painting is gonna be even worse, so I'm very excited to paint in front of everyone. That'll be enjoyable, I think. For me and literally no one else. I think art streams are better for me in terms of like talking, because I felt like I actually had to pay attention to the game that I was playing, which sucks. I'm very bad at that. Even if I'm interested in enjoying it, I feel like I have to be entertaining, you know, because it's, I don't know. This is a stream. Like, some people can be interesting and fun to watch without having to think about it. Critical's a really, really good streamer. Like, it almost feels like he was made for it. Like, some streamers aren't interesting or fun to watch. And there is no shame in this. So not everyone's built for anything, and I also think it's a skill that can be learned, with like practice and everything. Like, some people aren't meant to be on camera, and some people aren't good speakers, that kind of thing, but they can learn. But some people are just damn good at it. I mean, Critical probably learned. Because he's been around for so long. Well, I don't actually know how long, but more than a year, I'd assume. And a year is a long time, I think, to considering the grand scheme of things. Well, considering the grand scheme of things, it's short, but, you know. 365 days is a long-ass time. And if you stream, like, what? Couple times a week? That's, 52 times 2 over 100. 104. I can't do math. But yeah, I don't know. It's like how there's no unskilled labor or whatever. Streaming is a skill, I think. Because, that's probably... I like to think that's why some people get famous and some people don't. Is because it is a skill. But also, it's definitely algorithm-type stuff and all that. Luck of the draw as well. Being in the right spot at the right time. Like, I think Corpse, the deep voice fella, I think he was just lucky. Because he, did Among Us or whatever, and that popped really fast when he happened to play. Because I don't want to be like the only reason people like him is his voice, but that is a big reason. So that's, it's very distinct. So, that on top of him being in the right place at the right time gave him the opportunity to be a very prominent figure. I don't even really think he streams or anything. It's like he does music, and I've heard one song, and it was the E-Girls song. E-Girls are ruining my life or whatever. It's an alright song. I don't think his music is for me, but I'm glad other people like it. Is my music mad at me again? No. It's just quiet, I guess. Sometimes eyes are hard to draw. I was drawing, when I was doing my expression sketches earlier, I'll probably post them or something. I feel kind of sad that I can't show them on stream because I wasn't going to post them. Because I figure it was, what was I saying? Yeah, see, this is the skill part that I don't... I've said so much, and I've probably not finished half of what I was going to say. And that's why I'm purposefully not going to go back and watch my own stuff. And it was probably very clever, witty, and funny as well. So that's too bad. Some people draw Bill with green eyes, and I think that's sexy. Hazel is a fun eye color. I like brown eyes. Like, there's I like brown eyes. Like, everybody is like, wow, blue eyes, huh? They look like the ocean, huh? And that's fine. If people didn't think that, where would I be, I wouldn't have any self-esteem. But, oh shoot, I forgot his lips. Here it is. But, I don't know, I think there's a lot of cool things about brown eyes. Like, there's... It like, deepens. There's something, like, intense and nice about blue eyes. I don't know. I think they should be romanticized more, I think. Like, blue eyes and green eyes get a lot of credit. And for what? And I mean, green eyes are really cool, and so are blue eyes. Again, where would I be without them? I have them. But I like brown eyes. They're nice. I had a friend many years ago who really, really wanted to have brown eyes, and she had probably the most gorgeous eyes I've ever seen in my life. They were like green on the outside and then blue on the inside. And she was like, I want brown eyes. And I was like, why? You're so hot. Why would you do that to yourself? She's like, oh, I like brown eyes. And I was like, I guess. But of course, I see what she's saying now. They're nice. Some faces it just doesn't fit, you know? Like, it's not like... I mean, if you have brown eyes, it fits, obviously, because that's how it works. The eye color you have is beautiful because it is your eye color, is basically what I'm saying. That is true. I am correct. Goodbye, everyone. Oh, I forgot. Ted's lips as well. There you go, buddy. But yeah, like, Ted's eyes, they're so warm and good and trustworthy as well. King, if I may. Okay, closer. A little too close, a little too close. Thinking about the Aladdin movies, suddenly, the second one was bad. Like, straight up. Like, the second one has no redeeming qualities. Well, yes it does. The second one, the second Aladdin movie, made Iago good, which I thought was an interesting take. I don't know why. Kind of neat though. But the third one, damn. Now that's a movie, I think. I watched all three of them under the impression that I was gonna make a YouTube video about them. I never did because I'm really good at that. I'm really good at coming up with ideas for YouTube videos and then just never finishing the idea. But, because I was like, what if I did commentary on Disney movie trilogies? Or, I guess just trilogies in general, because I don't remember if they were all Disney, but I'm pretty sure they were, because there was Aladdin, there was, I was gonna do Toy Story, even though it's not a trilogy anymore, because I have so much to say about Toy Story. Do not get it twisted. The fourth movie was very bad. Well, I won't get into it. It was bad because of the, well, no, it was bad. I can see why people like it, but it, I am very critical of the media I consume, so I was not particularly impressed by the ending of the saga. And if they make a fifth one, I might riot. Because I already have to pretend the fourth one doesn't exist. Because the way the third one was such a good way to round out the series, the way the fourth one ended was just, ugh. And some people liked the way it ended, and I don't know. Okay, I guess I'll talk about it since I've started. So, the way the third movie ended, it was like, Woody finally was able to move on from Andy in a way that I don't want to say was healthy, but it was like it all worked out in the end. He moved on from Andy and he got to continue helping a kid through life or whatever by being a toy. And they should have just left it there. We should have been able to decide that Woody continued to, you know, take pride in his role as a toy. Even it didn't. There's of course always the possibility of him not being the favorite toy, but we wouldn't have really considered that. But the fourth movie was like, what if we traumatized Woody more? Not really traumatized, but like he's very loyal as a character, and that was his whole character arc, was him being loyal to Andy. So in the first one, he was so loyal well, it wasn't necessarily loyalty that drove his actions, it was his ego. But over the course of the series, it was he became less egotistical and more loyal for the sake of loyalty, as opposed to finding pride in his position as favorite toy. Because in the third movie, he even felt it was almost like survivor's guilt, because he was going off to college, whereas the rest of the toys weren't. So it was loyalty to his friends as opposed to loyalty to Andy, but it was loyalty nonetheless. But that was like his growth over the course of the series. It was from egotistical to loyal. Because in the second movie, he had to tussle with the fact that his ego could be fulfilled in another way that wouldn't cause him to be abandoned later in life. Because if he had chosen to go to the museum like the second movie suggested, he would have been admired by children all the time, and he would have never had to worry about not finding a place or having a home, because he would have been in the museum, and his ego would have been inflated and pumped in the way he needed or wanted. But he learns better, and that loyalty is the better way or whatever. And so by the third movie, he sort of ditches this ego thing, this ego issue. And in the third one, he's like, hey guys, we need to be loyal to Andy because he's our person. And I know it sucks that we aren't played with anymore, and we are not getting used in the way we used to be, and all this other stuff, but we need to stay loyal, because that's what he's learned over the course of the 3 movies. And so the movie ends with him staying loyal to Andy in a way, by doing what Andy asked of him. And that Andy essentially asked him to stay with Bonnie, and be Bonnie's person instead. So they should have just left it there, but instead they were like, what if Andy wasn't the favorite and he has more ego issues? Which he should have fixed fully. Well, not necessarily. I mean, issues can come back, and, cause problems later on in life. Frozen 2 is a good example of that. I mean, it's a bad example of that. Let's go with it's an example. Whoops. So in the 4th movie, he has problems not being the favorite toy anymore. And this is a good concept, I think, like being knocked down a peg was interesting for his character, except they kind of did that in the first movie, so they were kind of doing it again. So you'd think he would have reacted differently, but he didn't really. It was still, wow, this sucks, I want to be the favorite. Except it was definitely manifesting itself in a different way than the first movie was. But the concept was still, in essence, the same. But then the way the movie ended, spoilers for Toy Story 4 if you want to mute me, the way the movie ended was he didn't even choose, because he learns over the course of the series that he has a job and loyalty is important, and he needs to help his kid no matter what, through thick and thin, no matter what happens, whether or not he's the favorite toy. It's his job. Like, that's the mindset he is taught to have. But then at the end of the fourth movie, he abandons all of his friends that he tried so desperately to save in the third movie, abandons them entirely, and decides that he's better off with this girl who he hasn't seen and has changed to the extreme over the years, and decides that he wants to hang out with her more and help children in a more indirect sort of way, which is, he's still helping kids, but that's like, it's always the movies have always been like, what if he's always helped kids in a more direct manner. The loyalty has always been to one person. And now that he's not loyal to one person, it's just a weird step for his character to take. And even if he wasn't loyal to Bonnie per se, he had been with these other toys for many, many years. A decade and a half, maybe. Like, a long time. And he just picks this random woman, and it drove me nuts. After I watched the movie, it did make me cry, because I don't remember why. What specifically caused me to cry. I'm very emotional. I cried over Onward, but Onward was like familial, and I've got like trauma or whatever. So I was like, wow, family, cringe, guess I'll cry, and then I did. But then this one wasn't really as directly affecting me as Onward did. But I don't know. The fourth movie, it just shouldn't have been made, in my opinion. It's a gorgeous movie. Visually, it is one of the most beautiful movies I've ever seen. It's still got the bland 3D style, but I'm gonna give it a pass because it's a part of a series and it kind of needs to stick with its predecessors. Otherwise, it's weird. You can't change the style of the movie mid-series. That would be horrible. Even though movies have certainly done that in the past. Well, not movies, but like shows and stuff. They've changed in the middle. I don't remember what shows, but I know some of them have. I think there's the American Dragon. I don't know what show it is, but I know what I'm talking about. And that's what matters. But yeah, I have a lot of grievances with Toy Story 4. And I'm really scared for Lightyear. Lightyear's supposed to be a movie about the astronaut that Buzz is based off of. So apparently he's gonna have a completely separate voice actor, which doesn't make any sense to me. My dad was pretty, he was talking about how everybody thought it was gonna be like Buzz Lightyear, like the toy. And he was like, no, it's not gonna be that. It's a different voice actor and it's a different person. And I'm like, but if it's based on a real person, if the toy is based on a real person, you'd want to make the toy sound as similar to its real life figure as possible. So if there was like a LeBron James basketball toy out there and it had like voice lines, you'd probably want it to sound like LeBron James because it's supposed to be based on LeBron James. But I guess it's not going to be the same voice actor, which is fine. It's weird. It's not bad, but I am concerned about it, especially considering the treatment of the Buzz Lightyear toys character, because I didn't even unpack all that. In the fourth movie, he was treated like hot shit. Because he was the comedic relief character in every movie. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with the comedic relief character. I love a bit of comedy. Because in the first movie he was comedy because he was dumb. Well, not necessarily dumb, but like oblivious to a situation would be more accurate. So in the situation he's being put in, he's unfamiliar to what's going on. So it's funny because he doesn't know what's happening, but we as an audience understand what's going on. And then in the second one, it's funny because he's so serious about everything that's going on, so he's still got he's still reminiscent of his personality, as like his toys programmed personality. He's still reminiscent of that. Like the American flag in the background, and he's like making a speech. Like, that's funny because he's taking everything so seriously when it's really not that deep. And then in the third movie, Spanish Buzz, because if he weren't Spanish Buzz, he wouldn't be the comedic relief. Which kind of suck. Because I think he could have continued being the comedic relief in a different way. Like, I don't know, Spanish Buzz was kind of like a low blow, in my opinion. It just feels weird. Like, you can still have, I don't know, a language shift doesn't change your personality or ethnicity. You know what I mean? It just feels weird to me for them to have done that. But I am not of Spanish, Hispanic, Latin descent, so I can't really say too much about whether or not that's problematic. I find it uncomfortable personally. It just weirds me out that they leaned heavy into making him like ethnic almost. Like wow, look at ethnic Buzz. It's weirds me out. I don't. So they definitely could have taken the third movie in a completely different direction. Because if they'd wanted to make him funny, what would have been funny to me was making him. It was almost like how Olaf was in Frozen 2. In Frozen 2, he was like aware of his surroundings. In a way he wasn't in the first one. Like in the first one he was like, yay, I'm a baby, I was born 5 minutes ago, and I have a really optimistic outlook, and I am a child. Basically, it was his personality in the first one. Kind of annoying, as an adult, like watching that as an adult, it was really annoying, but it was, it was for the kids. So I can't complain too terribly. But in the second movie, he was like hyper aware of everything that was going on. Like he was growing into a fully comprehensive human being, because he had aged. I believe the time skip between the first and second movie is 3 years. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's something similar. I know that for sure. It's been a while. I know it says it in the movie, I just haven't seen the movie in a while. So if they had made Buzz like that instead, where he was like, because he is self-aware of everything that's going on, he takes it seriously, but takes it like too seriously, almost. Like, he's learning and is trying to be aware of what's happening, but he still doesn't quite get it. I don't know, there's ways to make characters funny without making them the butt of like some weird, like vaguely possibly racist joke. Or in the fourth movie, they just made him plain old dumb. Like in all the other movies, he's a fairly competent character. Like he doesn't fully grasp what's going on because he's still new to the world. Like functionally he's an adult. But it's almost like moving to a different country and not knowing culturally how to act because everything is so new and you don't understand what's going on. But then in the fourth movie, he's just an idiot. They don't make him, what's this? I don't understand. This is new to me. They just make him stupid. And yeah, it was funny, but it doesn't make sense for his character. Which sucks shit. Cause I really like Buzz. Buzz is my man, if you will. Tail darker or tail lighter? Lighter. Maybe a little lighter. Maybe even a nice hue shift. Blue? No. Maybe a little bluer. No. Well. Well, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot to consider about Toy Story 4 and its quality. Toy Story 3, I'm sorry, not Toy Story 3. Cars 3, on the other hand, fixed every mistake its predecessor made. Cars 3 should have been Cars 2. I'm going to be honest. I liked Cars 2. I know in terms of the integrity, I like to say the integrity of things a lot. It's my favorite. But in terms of like the quality of the series, the trilogy, the Cars universe. In terms of its story, the second one is really dumb and doesn't make any sense. The problem is it's a fun movie. It's bad in terms of, like, why is this happening? This is so stupid. British spies, so dumb. Like, it's a James Bond parody. It's, it's dumb. It's supposed to be dumb. And I think they were trying to make, like, because it's supposed to be based on Mater, because, that's always a treat, I think. Having a movie, like, that's kind of what Monsters University did. It was like, the first movie we did was about Sully, mostly. But, so let's make this second movie that we do about, let's tailor it towards the other character in the duo. And so that's what Cars 2 tried to do, but did very badly, because it didn't really make much sense. I, again, really liked it, but that's only because it's a fun movie. In terms of, like, the series, the series quality, The third one, on the other hand, delicious. Because it was a really good way to end it, and if they make a fourth Cars, I'm going to kill myself. Don't do that. Don't touch her, please. You don't need to do that. You already messed up Toy Story. Don't touch Cars. You fixed your mistakes. Shh. Because Cars 2, Cars 3, it rounded it out. It was like, oh, Lightning McQueen is getting old. He's not a rookie anymore. He can't race as well as he used to. His age is starting to affect his ability to compete. This is affecting his mental state. He doesn't know what to do now that he is being essentially forced to retire. And that's kind of, I don't want to say that's what happened to Doc Hudson, because it's not really, because Doc was like, oh, well, yeah, he was kind of forced to retire, wasn't he? Because he was old, and the fresh new upcoming cars were taking over. And so that was what the movie was trying to do. It was like, oh, well, since we'll just have Lightning McQueen have the same crisis that Doc Hudson did, and see how he deals with it. And he essentially does the same thing as Doc Hudson did, is he adopts another car as his son, daughter in this case, and they help them race or whatever, and basically lives out the rest of their racing dreams vicariously through the trainee. I like the mentor-trainee relationships. I think it's a really interesting relationship to display on screen. We should do it more, I think. Because it's like, I don't want to say haha found family, but yeah. Because like, it was, Doc Hudson and Lightning McQueen was basically like a father-son relationship, as they got closer over the course of the movie. So mentor-mentee relationships often devolve into found family, which I think is really fun. Especially with the way Lightning McQueen and Doc Hudson vibed. It was because they hated each other in the beginning, because Lightning McQueen reminded him of the materialistic people who had betrayed him earlier in his life. So that like clash of like basic ideals caused a lot of problems in the beginning, but later on in the movie, when they started to bond more, they were able to see eye to eye because they shared experiences with each other, blah blah blah. I don't know. So I think the development of their relationship and Lightning McQueen's character in general was good. I didn't mean to talk about cars. Sometimes you talk about movies as a treat. Way too light. Ugh. That's dark, idiot. Okay. That's good. Yeah, that's the bitch. Yeah. I think I've talked myself out of movies. Well, at least Disney movies. I mean, well, as soon as I think of another one, I could probably go on another tangent. It's real easy for me not to shut the fuck up. Damn. I'm coming up blank here. Ratatouille. Let's talk Ratatouille. My YouTube keeps recommending to me, I really like video essays. I think they're really fun. And I think I'm kind of doing them right now. Except in stream form, which is fine. Cause then I don't have to edit it. People can listen to what I have to say, but I don't have to do anything. You can just listen right now. Which is so hot. But my YouTube keeps recommending to me a video essay about poverty in Ratatouille. And I didn't realize, I haven't seen the video, so everything I'm saying is how I feel about the movie. And I'm not just regurgitating a video. It looks like a well-made video. I think I've seen another video made by that person, so if I can find it, I'll probably like link it, maybe. Not in chat, but probably on my Twitter. Because mentioning it and not doing that feels kind of like a dick move, even though I haven't seen it. I'm sure it's good. It's also probably really long, so I don't know if anybody would be interested in watching it, but I didn't realize until seeing the like title how much of the movie was about poverty and privilege until I saw the title of that video, because like if you think about it, the way Remy lives before becoming a chef is fairly adjacent to living in poverty, because like he eats out of garbage, they have to check for poison. It's all really dangerous, and living in poverty is pretty similar to that. There's a lot of risks involved in being homeless, like not having a place to stay. It's really cold in the winter. You don't know where to go. Cops are mean and don't let you sleep on benches and shit. Like there's the anti-homeless people spikes that cities have for some reason, which is so dumb and I hate it. But the so the rats and this, so it's like a metaphor or whatever, but then the main human character, who I forget the name of, Linguini, I think, he also has poverty issues, or he lives similarly. Let's go with that one. This is a bad idea. Oh, I forgot I wasn't on clipping layer. I forgot what I was saying. Okay, yeah. That... Yeah. Shoot. I have to go to the bathroom. Hopefully I'll remember what I was saying. Yes, I'm still listening. Okay, I'll be right back.
To reflect and I'll get better usually, but that's not the point of your presence. I need to know that there's more. I keep on learning this lesson. I need to grow, but still I seek the same roads. Sometimes the answers in me aren't the ones that's best to know. Sometimes the radar jams and I can't exit on my own. Sometimes
What you mean? What's the deal? What you talking about? The little details tend to send me sideways. Every step that we had took turned to walk around. Sometimes I worry that I'm just another migraine. I put my best foot forward in the swampland. I think my attitudes was fucking up the mud. She say she wanna have fun on the one hand. She look at me, I think I'm sucking all that up. I put my pride on the pedestal.
Okay, and we're back. IP really fast. I practiced really hard when I was a kid, so it's no problem. You don't have to miss me for too long. Yeah. No, not clipping grip. Oh man. Why would you do that? This one. Okay. Jesus. Ratatouille was what I was talking about. So, like, over the course of the movie, Remy is becoming more comfortable with people, and that kind of thing. And then, so he's becoming more entitled to the position he's in. Like, he takes advantage of the food in the fridge for all of his, not his buddies, but his brother's buddies. He's sort of pressured into it, but and that's another example of wealth. Like, when you start getting wealthy, a bunch of people are like, oh, you're rich now? Can I have some money, please? Or, and, I don't know. I haven't thought about it too hard, but it is a bigger theme than I had considered it to be, because I was like a kid. I was like, rat movie, cooking, but like the fact that Linguini is, really poor at the beginning of the movie, and you can see him grow into, I don't want to say a shittier person, but yeah, it like the effects of fame and what it does, was interesting to see. I don't know. I haven't seen the movie in a while, so I don't think I'd be able to articulate my thoughts correctly. Because I've had thoughts, but I don't know. I don't think I was prepared to have this conversation. I haven't. Because with Cars and Toy Story, I've thought about them enough for it to make sense to talk about them on stream without, like, too much hesitation. But Ratatouille is not something I'm as well versed in, unfortunately, because it's a really good movie. But I do remember talking about it on a assignment I had to do for my animation history class, which was a really interesting class. I did enjoy it, but I hate school. It sucks. Goodbye. Yeah, I've definitely run myself out of movies, so hopefully I'll come up with something new to talk about, because I've been streaming for 3 hours and I haven't shut the fuck up once. And I feel like it's my brand now, so I've got to continue the trend. no pressure. Okay.
Can't let them know what I'm feeling. I paint my face in the gaudiest ways. It's like showing my hand is the ancientest sand. So I'm faking the grin while I'm walking in place. I think sometimes my mind is an object in space. And my track the beam ain't the fastest thing around. Scaffolding under ash to bring me down. Fuck it, guess I ain't in love with these what ifs. Sometimes I feel like I'm finite. Sometimes I feel like I live in your side eyes. And sometimes I feel like if I die, you find you a mask with a smile and just hide behind dry eyes. Just like me, just another chunk like me. Please don't end up like me. I'm such a bore. I feel my soul on the floor. Melancholy to the core. Open up more's what they tell me, but that's what they tell me until I'm becoming a chore. What is the problem? I got so lost in my cauldron. I'm stewing to death in the fog and I'm just trying to breathe. Hey. I'm just trying to breathe.
I'm not Jordan, I'm no Pippin, I'm like Rodman on the Pistons. I doubt that I'll make a difference. All I want is some attention. You don't listen, I don't question. I'm not here to teach a lesson. I'm not ever here at all. You hear a beep, you leave a message. Fuck a topic, interesting shit I thought make you upset. Then you can jump right off a ledge, cause I'm not fucking with your presence. I'm encompassing the present while I point in no direction. Been annoyed by every dot being deployed. Am I prevented? I can't pretend it's fun, feeling fine. I've never seen the fucking sun. How come I want to get shot? I know how seasons define. They sprout some leaves and then die, but I don't believe it this time. I'm undefeated inside. My heart was way like some muscle milk jaded. The love was tough to kill. I waited through the dinner rush, ran up the bill, got nothing still. I guess I'm not what I'm fed. I heard a lot that's not said. Those thoughts get lodged in my head. They don't belong.
Sometimes I feel like I don't belong in my head. I need somewhere to go in my stead. I need somewhere to go once they've left. I need something to offer myself. Sometimes I don't belong in my head. I need somewhere to go in my stead. I need somewhere to go once they've left. Something to hold on to other than myself.
Tricks to rise when they get sparkled the first time. I put the pressure on the mold from the gold. I fold the clay into the cracks in my back. But shit, I've never had the dirt to fill this hole in my soul. Is what you wanted from the first glance. Watercolor first dance. Tapping glass slippers with a golden brush. Mr. lines what I had colored in. Paint splattered coloring. Fading to gray. My smile is paper mache. It's what you wanted. I'm chipping granite like I'm from a different planet. You see me winning. All my ticks are 3D printed. But I'm on one, get axed up with a clear ox. Laugh at my jokes backed up from my Xerox. Non-functional, too royal to damage. You buy my promises are oil and canvas is what you wanted. So why you acting mad at me? It's what you wanted. I'll be hanging at the gallery. I'm gone. It's what you wanted.
I feel like I don't belong in my head. I need somewhere to go in my stead. I need somewhere to go once they've left. I need something to offer myself. Sometimes I don't belong in my head. I need somewhere to go in my stead. I need somewhere to go once they've left. Something to hold on to other than myself. Please, for the love of God, work this time, please. Thank God. No! Oh, God fucking damn it! Where's my snare? I can't hear my snare. My snare.
Okay, I liked the way the texture turned out a lot more than I thought it would. It took a really long time, but I think she's neat. Unfortunately, the rest of the image is gonna look weird by comparison. But that's alright. Sometimes it be like that. I'm dick deep in it now. Okay.
Fuck around with yours, but bitch, I'm keeping my pieces. Deep inside the canvas, buried deep inside beaches. Jolly Roger probably dodging cop cars off the freeway. Thrift store rappers, cop bars off of eBay. Careful what your steez say. Try and catch buzz, it's best of a fetus. Legs screaming no from the chest up, I'm fiending. Beefing with my Jesus, clean Adidas, getting creased. Let these calves get to work. It's getting messy at the table. Covered napkin and shirt. We cutting body parts, lavender hues inside the pigments. Try to box me in, and ain't no room inside your figments. I'm on QG Street, the crew is truly deep, we mobbing low. The mottos think fast, even though we talking slow. Gold mouth, ho, we dripping dust, chasing with the twisted lust. Try to tiptoe, but all these demons try to trip me up. Hit me when that pistol busts, where I haunt your mama house, bitch.
Hey, you know how it is. Back up in this motherfucker, acting like that motherfucker, bitch.
Hey, we been with the shits. Have you little motherfuckers acting like you wanted something, bitch?
Okay. Bill's tail, I think, is good. Oh no, definitely not that brush. I like the harder edges. Okay.
Still fuck cops, I don't say it just a sound trill.
Still fuck the plot and the urgency they spout still.
Sounds ill.
Yeah, I'd rather not, that don't sound right. Wow, Bill.
Shark's teeth lodged in a mouse bite, bounce still.
Car keys lost where I drown my doubts chill.
Rather be locked.
I probably should have done Ted's tail first. Because it's overlapped with Bill's, so if I'd done Bill's last, I wouldn't have had to worry about it. But whatever. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not upset about it. You're upset about it.
Jagged little pieces of the puzzle. Sipping on the colors till I fade into gray. I'll put my life into a bottle, let you guzzle. I found a star that I could ride and let you.
I don't know how long Detroit Become Human is.
Y'all be fucking with my galaxy. The nerve of y'all is mad at me in the galactic tug of war to try to want
I'm hoping
what you want, fuck you, I don't even
long.
let gravity
Because I played for like 3 hours yesterday. And I sucked some of the time out of the gameplay by not by picking the easiest routes, it felt like. I probably should have put the experienced game on, because it feels boring for some reason. But honestly, the QT has already stressed me out. But I was just thinking, I don't know what I'm gonna play next, because I mentioned possibly finishing Fallout 4. I don't think I'm emotionally prepared to do that, to be honest. Maybe I'll run a poll or something. Not anytime soon, because, well, when I'm reaching the end of the game, I'll know when about that'll be. Because we're not very far into the game, but I don't know how long it'll last, like how many streams it'll be. Because I know I'm gonna play tomorrow, and I'm gonna play until I have to go to bed. Because it is Tuesday, so Wednesday I have work still. I have work tomorrow as well, so I should probably go to bed pretty quick here. I just want to finish this really quick. It's gonna take me at least another half hour. Because I just like I'm not gonna paint tonight, I don't think. That'll probably be a Thursday adventure, because that's my next art stream. So I'll probably do River Phoenix then. I was also thinking about putting the My Own Private Idaho soundtrack on. I don't think I'll get claimed for it because it's such a hard soundtrack to find. Well, that might make it worse. But my god, I'll give it a shot. It's considering it's so... What was I saying? I got really into these dots.
I let my CRT flicker, sip liquor and smoke. I rang out my self-doubt and let it drip from my quotes.
I almost decided to finish Bill and Ted Week on stream, but I didn't because I forgot it was Mermaid and I figured this would be more fun. And it was, honestly. I do like Mermaids. They're my favorite. Unfortunately, I didn't make them too terribly interesting. They're just kind of random mermaids. I'm really not good at mermaid designs. As soon as you ask me to be creative, I'm like, sorry. I do not see it. I've been creative maybe once. In my life. In the way I'd like to be. I would like to say that I'm creative from time to time. Just not in the way I think is cool. Like, character designs are something, I don't want to say I have trouble with character designs, I'm just not as good at it as I'd like to be. Like, some people can bust out a character design and it looks, like, professional. Because there's a difference between a good character and a complex character design. Like, a character being complex doesn't necessarily make it a good character design, and that's something that I do wholeheartedly believe. But there's also a fine line between a boring character and a good character. There's a very fine line between the two. Like having a boring looking character and a too complex looking character. Like, I like complex characters. I'm not saying that all complex characters are bad, but sometimes it doesn't make sense in the context. Like, I read something somewhere that was like when you're designing characters, ask yourself how long it takes them to put their outfit on in the morning. And I thought that was an interesting way to look at it. Because some outfits do look like they take fucking forever to put on. And I actually was thinking about that when I was doing my funky switchy AU for Bill and Ted, where they were medieval and then the princesses were 80s girls. And their designs, I tried really hard to emulate the Bill and Ted style of, like, dress. It's very specific for some reason. Like, it was very hard to get it to be similar for some reason. For me, at least. Because there's a weird complexity in Ted's outfit, specifically. Like, Bill is like, I'm going to wear clothes. Goodbye. But then Ted is like, I'm going to wear this shirt, but also this jacket, but also this vest. And I'm going to wear this pair of pants, but also this pair of pants underneath it. And these socks as well. Maybe even 2 socks. So yeah, his outfit looks like it'd take fucking forever to put on in the morning, which is why I probably shouldn't have thought that way when I was designing the switchy AU or whatever. Because it doesn't make any sense to care about that when the source material didn't give a shit. I don't know. Character design is something I like to become better at, but I'm absolute ass at designing clothes. I have a disease, and it's called too simple disease, where I'm like, t-shirt, jeans, good night. I'm trying to stray away from that a little bit, but I don't exactly give myself too many opportunities to do that anymore. I don't draw a whole lot of OCs of mine. Art fight is a really good opportunity for that, but I can't do art fight. I like the concept, but it's just too much, I think. Trying to focus on doing that one thing for a whole month. And of course, like, the week before I start, or like the last week of June, I'm like, oh shit, I need to add more OCs for art fight so people can actually, like, look at my stuff and do cool characters. Because for a really long time, I only had like 2 characters. It was like Daniel and then I don't remember his name. Seth. Really interesting names. They were OCs I think I had in high school. So. See, now I feel like I have to shade the rest of the image, so I guess I'm just gonna do that. We'll do a clipping group to make myself feel better about whether or not it'll go fucking horrifically. Because I haven't shaded in fucking forever. I guess we'll do Cell. I don't know how this will go. But holy shit, we will see. Cell, it is already hard and this sucks. Some people are good at art, and that is so hot, I think. I've tried to learn how to cell shade in the past. I just don't like it. It's just too... Woo! I don't know. It's like I'm glad people can do this, but I'm in hell. I'm sure it doesn't look as bad as I think it does, but I don't know. Ugh. Shading is just not for me. Because I always make it too complicated. But then in the other direction, I don't like when I need hard shadows in like a painting. I pretend I do not see it, which was why my Snuggle Bill and Ted image was so impressive, was because it had hard shadows in it. Well, not super hard shadows, but the shadow of Bill's arm that was on Bill's leg turned out surprisingly well. because I just don't do hard shadows. So I was really impressed with how that turned out. So I guess I should cell shade more. Maybe I just shade everything in blue. Hold on. I think I'm onto something here. Bucket. Okay, this is a shit idea. Yeah, that was even more shit. Oh, there we go. Okay. And then I burn. Okay. We'll see. I'll continue in this direction. Fuck around and find out. Because then when I put an overlay on this, it'll be cool. Because then I don't have to change colors. I can just continue doing the blue the whole time.
I'm sick of my despair, I'm so embarrassed. Sick of always caring, so emphatic, I'm erratic. And when I really should care, get distracted, it's apparent. I'm sick of hearing everybody's shit. Everybody's shit is worse than everybody's is. Exclaim with pompous confidence, along with youth flaunt and accomplishments. Believe or astonishment, need to provide an acumen uncommon or yet operative. But hey, I don't listen to it, I don't need it.
That's too dark down there.
I'm no different, just conceited. Hey, melancholy as you enter, reason fleeting, reaching for a quick distraction.
That was fine.
Though I don't need it, I mean, I'm finna flee.
Yeah, okay. And then I continue.
The key outside my house. I'll disappear and I'll come back. I'll disappear.
I can mess with the opacity later.
I'll dry my tears and wipe them out. I'll disappear and I'll come back. I'll disappear. I'll disappear.
I smoked so much sober, I'm seeing shit differently. I'm out of touch with my fam, I know they sick of me. Shit, I'm sick of me. Suicide in my periphery.
Okay.
I don't know why
That's good, I think.
I'm simply do or die, so I just do. Who am I? I'm confused. They say my whole life I got to choose, but not really. I thought if I trained and became nice with the craft, I couldn't lose, but instead of cheese, I only got the blues, so I'm just working, life hard, bro. But if I don't go to work, I might starve, bro. And if I don't have a goal, life ain't worth it. So when I get home from work, I go to work. Next year, I gotta make it even if it hurt. But I guess these just first world problems. Just puzzles, I could solve them. I just need access to the pieces. I used to hack dudes until they tracked me like a beacon.
Blue on yellow is bad. That's fine. We're gonna have an overlay. It's gonna be fine. Overlays fix all ills, I'm pretty sure.
I feel like knowledge became my weakness. My bad, Raph. I know I'm always on some deep shit.
This became some experimental shit somewhere along the way. For some reason, every time I'm on stream, I'm like, oh, well, I have to try. Which is dumb. Who cares? I get to decide the speed at which I'm good at art, and that is very slow. Experimentation? Sorry, cringe. Okay. The torso is bad. And this was better somehow. Yeah. That's good.
I don't wanna pump my brakes, cause I would rather see where this buzz might take us. Kissing by the moonlight, and now I'll let you fall. I just want us to fly, sail above the wall. The city's cold and it's mechanical. Our souls are incompatible with all of theirs and their songs of fear.
I ran away from my feelings. Still don't know no better, baby. Late night drug dealing. Always one time for my feelings. Lately nothing makes sense. Except for being with you. Love don't pay the rent, but baby love songs do. I'm off my own. Chakra bone, shaka boom, baby boom. Fuck around and catch some feelings. Let them bloom, shape the room. I don't bruise, live a little whip it with a crew. Bumps in the back with the bruise. What the fuck can I lose? Stick shift stuck on cruise control. I'ma lose control. I'm off that. I'm off that.
This needs to. Don't do that. Maybe a little. Like all.
What you thought this was, what you think it is, what you trying to say.
No.
Fuck it, I'ma do it all faith. Dust in my chest and a blood in my face. Come from a place where
You may have a
what matters don't matter,
light
what matters is scattered all over the
shading
map. I
on
don't
that
see
side of the
nothing,
arm.
really it's nothing but bitch. I'ma
As a
dip on my toes in
treat.
the trap. Hoping to sap. Trees falling, fiends calling, fuck.
There's this one Twitter post that's like me halfway through a painting. Where's the light source? And I just did the exact same shit. I'm like, haha, shading. And this is another reason why I don't shade. Think about the light source? Piss off. Art hard. Sometimes life is what you make it, I think.
Don't get slump in the back, pumping the drug to the trap. Hit like a slug to the bag. What the fuck is with that?
Okay.
What I thought it was, what I think it is. What the fuck am I doing here? I ask, what the fuck is the point of doing this? Why the fuck did you?
You're damn right they are. And sometimes mermaids are boring.
It's just faces, faces, faces. I don't
And there was no shame in this. These I hate that these are the most interesting mermaid designs I've ever done. Because they're not even that cool. Whatever. It's fine. Ow. It sucks that Ted's hair is so dark. Because then the line art doesn't show through, and I liked the line art on this one. Really the one good thing I've ever done. Ted's hair.
On the boards, ho, hot as brick ovens. Why your shit so DiGiorno? Slip through the core slow. Inhale the dope, let it drift through your torso. Fuck it, what's the budget? See me at rap playing Dreamcast.
Okay, I have an understanding of the shape of the body. Can you believe? Not a good understanding, but my God, an understanding. Thinking about my drawing a comp class that I learned literally nothing from. So cool. He was like, wow, the composition on this is great. And I was like, why? Why is it great? Like, what did I do to make it great? And he was like, I don't know. I'm going to walk really close to you now. And I was like, okay, cool. Thanks. Okay. So we are adding an overlay because it looks really bad right now, but wait, hold on, wait, oh fuck, I forgot this part. Okay. And now you're adding an overlay. So, add, no, not that. Perfect. Okay. Burn. Subtle is good. I think it needs to be different. Shade, maybe. Shade is good. Multiply is bad. I'm a big fan of burn, but burn doesn't help me very much. Shade, no, definitely not. Well, okay, well, we might be onto something here. Okay. Making the shading warmer is interesting. Saturation is a good idea. Okay. I think my music is upset with me again. Excuse me? Yes, continue watching. Horror.
Chances are that every rumor is true. I speak slowly. Cause in this town it seems like every creep know me. I should drop a mixtape and market strictly beats only. Y'all should know be eavesdropping, so I'm lighting the wood slow. Old school heat, it's like igniting a wood stove.
Whoops.
I'm thinking like a wishing well jeweler. Mini me's jocking, may y'all kids themselves
Okay.
genius.
Yeah, cell shading is a horrible idea. I hate cell shading, goodbye. Sometimes soft shading, good.
If you ain't trying to crush it, why the hell you spitting raps for, huh? I push it back, putty tat. The cat is so sick. Y'all run the zigzags like it's freaking mad in 06.
Yeah, this is nice, I think.
To the wayside. Big wallet chasing spider house by the bayside.
That can stay.
Mask, let the moon fall slow.
And that's it.
Spitting boring raps, let your crew all know I put it down. Yo, what up, Rand? I put it down. I put it down. I put it down.
Yeah. I was working on my masterpiece. Before I pass, at least to y'all, I wanna be known as one of rap's elites. I've been gathering and grabbing beats and booking tours, cause you know even a starving artist has to eat. The smart ones always outlast the hard ones.
Okay, see, but now the problem is that it doesn't look
I'd rather kick a rhyme than hit the quine. They say I spit the
blue
line and it's always in the nick
anymore
of time. They know
because
it's
I
the
didn't
truth,
pick
the flow is aloof. Music
multiply.
up, shoot 'em up. Clive O in the booth.
So now I have to add another overlay.
Firm still.
Very important.
To make a nice guy turn heel. Another chapter coming hard as a second rap
Go.
Chess master, verbally we dead and rappers.
But maybe
Life is hard, that's why I'm rapping is hard. Trying to make it worth the
no.
scratching and scars.
Overlay.
More than just spectacular bars, we keep the passion as large. Filling in
Interesting.
Mario grabbing a star, yeah.
I think I need to change the
Similar to assassins. Seen a lot
color.
of cats sell they soul to try to cash in. Flowing decent but lacking
Okay.
the passion. Heavy on mechanics but they pass on the action.
Okay.
This makes something that excites
Saturation
me. I don't
doesn't
grab
really
a
do
mic
much
piece thinking about a hype
in the
piece.
plus
I'll be on
direction.
that Spike Lee,
So it must be
tryna
fully
do the
saturated.
right thing as dark as I am. How could you ever take me lightly? Put it down. I put it down. Yeah, we put it down. Kill Bill, we put it down.
See, I didn't do the blue thing again.
My inventory fall. Like my dog won't get no better. Like I might get
Like the lighting is cool.
his hit a low. Yeah, my son's the best. Remember that.
Okay.
Kick at the Cosmo, spitting with my eyes closed.
So-
Listening to y'all feels like listening to Maz grow. Spliff kick like a Bronco. Lift me up like Tonso.
Whoa!
What you just sticking to Hanzo?
That's kind of cool, actually. Well, now I'm gonna look at the other ones. That one sucks. Well, actually, I kind of like it.
Wake up, sleepyhead, it's time to get on up. You keep claiming you this shit, but that's a dysentery bluff. In summation, bro, you lyrically suck. Treat your music like an item that I don't need, pick it up. And put it down, put it down. Put it down, put it down. I put it down, I put it down.
There's something about her. I'll keep looking. Okay, subtract, whatever. Kind of like that one too. Divide? Oh God, no. Okay, subtract. Yeah, I like this one. Exclude was kind of the vibe I was going for, though. Like, I suppose it's like underwater a little bit. I feel like if I, perhaps, and then, ew. So I need to go. Okay, and then
your pride is fucking gross. You probably need help, but I'm not about projecting all your problems on myself. And if it sounds like a shot, just take it. I don't care about more than half of all y'all's faces.
Okay. That's divide. Oh, so it does it backwards. So it's lighter down here than it is up there. Because this is the light one, so I got a darker. It's black. Yeah, I like this one.
Point your fingers and laugh at this shit. What? You can call me your dad for this shit. I'ma blow me a bag to this shit.
Okay, I may have a little bit of whatever the fuck this layer is a treat.
Got that sawed-off shotgun barrel to my temple. Guaranteed to kill any instrumental. Fuck 'em. Jump, 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 jump. Might die when you hit the bottom. Jump, 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 jump. Might die when you hit the bottom. Jump, 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 jump. Might die when you hit the bottom. Jump, 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 jump.
Pain is something that man must endure in his heart. And since the heart feels pain so easily, some believe life is pain. You are delicate like glass. That is, your heart is. Is it? Yes. This is worth earning my empathy. Empathy? I'm saying I love you.
Okay. okay. Certainly a shitty candidate. See, this is the type of composition shit that it's bad. Is what it is. Bill's body needs to be shaded more, but I don't know what color it is. Oh, never mind. I can find out. It's literally just brown. That's really funny. What's this? Oh. A critical layer. I see. Okay. Cut that shit down. Okay. Well, that was a fun experiment, I think. I'm not really... I think there needs to be a little bit of shine. Highlight. I keep, like, being almost done. I promise. I swear. Shine? Yes. And I think it is going to be blue, obviously. Maybe a little less blue, so it shines less. Clipping. Oh, whoops. I like what it did to Bill's skills. Doesn't work as well as on Ted because he's pink. Shine. Dodge, maybe. Oh, I'm sorry, that's burn dodge. Dodge. No, dodge does not help. Well. Screen? No. Color dodge. Okay, maybe I just make it darker. Oh. Ooh, no. It's not working on Ted's hair. There we go. It's almost got that like watery effect on it. I say as if that wasn't my intention. It's like that blue undertone. Kind of like it. I think I'm gonna have to chill. Maybe. Like let it lie. Because now I'm bothered by the composition, but I can't fix it now. That would have been like a sketch problem. Because I've already done everything. Whatever, it's fine. Mermaid. Mermaid. ENT. Is this fully colored? I'm gonna go full color. We're gonna call it full color. Because I shaded or whatever. Alright. She is saved. And I'm gonna turn her into PNG as well. And she's also gonna go in the full color. And that's named normally, so I'll be able to find it. Oh, I didn't realize how far over I was. My bad. Okay. Well, I think I'm done. So, I'm gonna get off because it's almost 11 p.m. And I am once again going to sit in bed and do nothing for at least an extra hour. I should probably fold my laundry, which sucks, but whatever. Okay, well, thank you for watching. I would say this is a pretty eventful stream. I didn't shut the fuck up very much. Very sad for you. Okay, well, thank you again. Goodbye.